Welcome to PBCJ's coverage of the sitting of the Senate. I'm Simone Absalom Gale, and I'll provide a brief outline of what's expected to take place during the sitting. But before we begin, did you know, in addition to the separation of functions of legislature, executive and judiciary, a number of checks and balances have been established by the Constitution to limit the power of the executive. These include the offices of the Leader of Opposition, Auditor General and Director of Public Prosecutions, as well as the institution of the 3 services commissions with responsibility relating to the appointment and disciplinary control of public servants. On this session's agenda, the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Amendment Act 2023. The Act sets out special measures to uphold and preserve the rule of law, public order, citizen security, and public safety within certain areas. The House of Representatives on Tuesday, September 26, passed the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Amendment Bill. National Security Minister Dr. Horace Chang said the amendment will enable a more robust and relevant bill that is, quote, responsive to our current social, cultural, and economic dynamics of those who reside in these vulnerable and volatile communities, end quote. The amended bill proposes, among other things, to increase the initial timeline in which a zone is declared to be in force from a period of not exceeding 60 days to 180 days. This will allow more time for these social intervention objectives to be realized and provide a more sustainable environment for the maintenance of law and order. Also on the agenda, the continuation of the State of the Nation debate with presentation from Senator Floyd E. Morris. And that's what's on the agenda. It should be noted that elements of the day's agenda can be changed or moved. But before we go, here are a few things you should bear in mind if you plan to attend a session at Gordon House. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed, unless so authorized by the presiding officer, and there should be no smoking inside the parliamentary building. Now over to the proceedings.
Have a difference already. Okay, so Senator Sapphire Longmore, I think you had a brief personal explanation under Section 18 of the Standing Orders, and I recognize you accordingly.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to, and thanks for granting me permission to do this. Mr. President, sorry, thank you, Lido. I would like to offer a personal explanation around a statement that I made 2 sittings ago. I was hoping to do it last week, however, because of the agenda, I did not get a chance to. 2 sittings ago, when we were discussing the Child Care and Protection Act, I made a call for the mandatory life sentencing of child murderers. It was broadcasted in the media as me calling for the death penalty. In my utterances on that date, I did indicate if it were up to me personally, recognizing that there is a difference in my role as it obtains to my function here in the Senate. And so the clarification that I wish to seek, which I still hold, is that there be the mandatory sentencing of child murderers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mandatory sentencing, you had said that you had mandatory life sentence.
Correct. Thank you.
As opposed to
death penalty.
Which you were reported as having called
Which
for.
I was reported in the media and in other spaces having called for.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Statements by ministers. Minister Samuda.
Thank you, Mr. President. and to acknowledge the opposition for no pushback on a statement which should not have been on the order paper. So I thank them for. Mr. President, since October 2022, several National Water Commission surface water sources, especially on the eastern side of the island, have been affected by significantly below normal inflows due to prolonged limited rainfall over the varying months. Although some of the specific systems and the severity of the drought impact change from month to month, the general situation was that for the last 12 months, 80 to 90 surface water dependent systems on the eastern side of the island, out of the NWC's over 400 water supply systems, were regularly operating under drought emergency conditions as a result of below normal rainfall in the respective watersheds. That is, approximately 20% of NWC systems were being drought affected in the eastern part of the island. Well, these 20% would have been in the eastern part of the island over the last 12 months. These 80 to 90 systems were experiencing reductions in normal inflows ranging from 30% reduction to an extreme, in some cases, of 100% reduction, caused by rainfall reduction, which went to as low as merely 5% of normal. Colleagues should recall in varying presentations that I have spoken to the manual nature of how we still collect our rainfall data. There is a program to change that. So I expect that when the final rainfall data is in for September and we do the 12-month amalgamation, we will see, if not the worst drought we've ever experienced, very close to it based on what we would have seen in the months leading up to it. Whereas most of the affected systems were small and rural, we also saw the impact on the Mona and Hermitage Constant Spring system in the corporate area, the two largest systems in Jamaica, as well as the Hope and Seaview water supply systems, which are also among the worst affected systems, thereby increasing the number of customers affected. In instances, the extreme record high hot and dry conditions relating to climate change increased the effective demand on the NWC systems, in some cases by as much as 50% as persons sought to meet their water needs for irrigation, construction, potable legally or illegally from the NWC systems alone. This increased the water supply challenges even in areas where NWC was producing about the same volume of water as per usual. I wish to make the point that this year's July was the hottest July on record in Jamaica. This year's August was the hottest August on record for Jamaica. As we said, lots of manual data, so we'll discuss September in due course. But that gives you an idea of the severity of the issue that we have faced. The extended, prolonged, below normal rainfall over several months, breaking several records, meant that even where there was an occasional shower, an afternoon shower of rain in particular areas, it was usually not enough to reverse the prior months of little to no rainfall, or was limited only to some areas and was not island-wide. Colleagues would recall in my last drought update, I made the point that in February, for instance, of this year, Kingston and St. Andrew would have received 8% of its 30-year rainfall average. Not 8% below, but 80% of its rainfall. 8 of its 30-year average rainfall for February. Yes. And you'll recall from the earlier statement, the eastern end of the island varied from 8 to no more than 32% of its 30-year average, explaining the severity because of the reduced rainfall in that space, certainly coming from October all the way to May of this year. Now, the government of Jamaica, and particularly the National Water Commission, activated its emergency drought management plan. The Drought Management Committee of the Integrated Water Resources Management Committee has met frequently to look at the issues and to put forward the best systems and the best foot forward to ensure that we reduce the impact on customers. Numerous issues, numerous steps were taken. One, the non-revenue water reduction, demand-side management. So we did realign some of our works in recent times in terms of lines at greatest risk of leaking. but this was on top of the non-revenue water program for Kingston and St. Andrew, which would have run between 2016 and 2011. We maximized the benefit and increased the pace of deployment of the Portmore non-revenue water program, which is to last between 2021 and 2026. We also fast-tracked the preparatory procurement efforts of the island-wide national non-revenue water program, which is now a part of the public investment program for Jamaica. We expanded infrastructure capacity. We have some $7 billion of ongoing water projects. As you know, we've signed the contract for the new 15 million gallon a day content water treatment plant, which we expect to break ground very soon. We're also in the process of developing the transaction to go to market for the Westmoreland treatment plant, which will put in some 10 million gallons a day. But even while working on these larger systems, we have done dozens of small and collectively significant projects to ease the pressure. We have also had to return to wells that we've been resting. So wells such as the one at Long Mountain and at Maresca Road are being brought back into production, which will give some 3 million gallons a day to Kingston and St. Andrew. There has been significant collaboration. I think important to note that the Ministry of Agriculture would have also provided $110 million of support for drought to farmers. Important to note that we have coordinated very closely with local government representatives to ensure that trucking is done and connects to those in most vulnerable areas. As at Thursday, October 12th, the recent increased levels of rainfall in many places have seen improved flows to most NWC sources across the island. So there is a light at the end of the tunnel. This includes most of those systems that have been drought-stricken throughout the course of the year. However, I think it's important to note that there are still systems which are experiencing significantly below inflows. In St. Mary, as I know Senator Morris would no doubt seek to ask upon completion of the statement, the Crescent system is operating at 30%. The Sandhill system is operating at 25%. The system in Lucky Hill is operating at 25%. Gale Spring, 20%. The Pembroke Hall system, 40%. Bonnygate, 35%. Rock Spring, 40%. Palmetto Grove at 40%. Martha Hall at 35%. Plattfield at 35%. Castleton, 30%. Huntstown, 40%. It has been so long that we've not had our average rainfall, sometimes an afternoon sprinkle, people believe is a shower. We have not yet gotten the rainfall we need in the eastern end of the island, either in Portland or St. Mary, for those systems to fully come back to health. In Portland, Turtle Crawl system is operating at 20%. The Packey River system, despite recent rainfall, is operating at 70%. Norwich, 30%. Long Bay, 25%. The Hope Bay system at 75%. And I could go on. The Belvedere system and Craig Mill system operating at 50%. Now, I mentioned there is a silver lining, and we have seen some turnaround because of increased rainfall in St. Thomas and certainly in the Blue Mountain Hills. The Mona Reservoir, ladies and gentlemen, is back at 78.5%. The Hermitage Dam is now operating at 100%. So we are starting to see the reduction in pressure on the NWC and its varying systems. As a result of that, Mr. President, and because the inflows in many cases are now exceeding the outflows, the NWC, as at last week Friday, was able to remove the prohibition orders. So you will recall that when the prohibition orders were put into place, we had brought it to the Senate to go through the varying details. We have removed the prohibition orders. This does not mean, Mr. President, that there are no areas without restrictions. For Kingston and St. Andrew, we expect to very soon be able to remove restrictions. We need the Mona Reservoir to be at 80% to be confident to remove those restrictions because rainfall has been so sporadic and is breaking seasonal norms. So we are being very cautious in terms of how we release, because even though you're seeing some inflows now, we want to be careful. But the prohibition orders are no longer in effect. Restrictions are, but we expect to be able to release those and reduce those significantly in the coming weeks. Given the weather uncertainties, restrictions are still in place, and we're not yet back at a 24-hour per day supply regime, certainly within Kingston, St. Andrew, Portmore, and many other areas in the country. But we are looking at the ones that can go back to 24-hour-a-day supply, and we expect to announce that very soon. It is recognized that the efforts to manage water supply over the past 12 months have been extremely challenging and expensive. It is to be commended, however, that the varying teams at NWC, Rural Water, the municipalities, and indeed the National Irrigation Commission have performed creditably in reducing the impact. It is also to be noted that the government in February would have provided some $150 million in emergency funds. It is to be noted that again, in August, the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation would have provided an additional $150 million for the emergency response during that period to ensure that back to school was not disrupted, as many schools had water shortages as well as they would during the impact. And I think important to acknowledge and to seek the public's understanding and participation that though we are seeing rainfall now, because of the sporadic nature of that rainfall, we ask that even where restrictions are lifted, as they will be lifted shortly, that citizens make efforts to conserve. Now, there are many steps that we will take in the coming years to ensure that this discussion is not the same discussion happening in 2030. I've outlined some of the major investments that will deal with the eastern end of the island, that is the content water system for 15 million gallons a day. Now, I could go into more specific, smaller ones, but to note, even within the current drought, which has been the worst Kingston and St. Andrews have ever experienced, the shortfall was less than 12 million gallons a day. So this input into the system would deal with current capacity needs. And even if you'd had this drought, you wouldn't have had restrictions if that program had been complete by the time this drought had come on. So that point needs to be made. But we're making unprecedented investments in water, Mr. President. We have commenced the investment in the Essex Hall water system for irrigation for farmers in St. Elizabeth, Minister Hill, one that I know you're very familiar with. The cadastral mapping and land purchases associated with the Pedro Plains water system, a system announced in 1973 by former Prime Minister Manley, has finally started, albeit 50 years later. We are the island-wide NRW program, Mr. President, which will be the most significant investment in our distribution network, our pressure monitoring systems, and our storage capacity will go to tender shortly. It is finally on the public investment program of the country. That will be an open, competitive international tender. But we've seen the impact of that investment and partnership in Kingston and St. Andrew, and indeed Portmore. Ladies and gentlemen, I had committed that this would be a very short statement, but I thought it very important, because of the recent increases in rainfall, that we update citizens as to where we were with the water systems, and to let them know that there is indeed a light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Samuda. Senator Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank the Minister for his update. He well knows that as a former chairman of Water Commission myself, and dual resident of Manchester, water is always top of mind. Still have my dual residence there. I am disappointed because I was there yesterday afternoon, and one of the things on my agenda was to attend a town hall type meeting that had been promoted for the Minister and the Prime Minister to give an update, I imagine, on what was happening in that area. So I was very disappointed when it was cancelled, although it left me the evening free. The Minister, just a couple of things I would ask you to speak on. Just for the public, to reinforce the difference between the prohibition order and the restrictions, because that has caused some confusion. People don't quite understand. As I understand, it's the difference between one is an offense for which you can be prosecuted when there's a prohibition order that you ignore, while the other is more moral suasion type, yes, you know, really asking for cooperation, but asking for voluntary compliance. So I just would like you to make that clarification, assuming that what I've said is correct. The second, you didn't mention much, you focused understandably on the eastern side of the island. Could you, in Manchester, we've been having a lot of rain since in the last couple of months. Can you tell us, where that is, and also update on the substantial upgrade that has been underway for some time on the Greater Mandeville water supply system? If you would, Minister, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bunting. Minister?
Thank you. Thank you, President. The difference between the prohibition order and the restrictions which are in place are actually pretty simple. The prohibition orders are an order under the NWC Act that states what the water can be used for and how it can be used and when it can be used, and when persons breach it, there are potential legal consequences. So for instance, persons should recall that under the prohibition order, we had prohibited the use of potable water for construction and for car washes and watering your lawn and other such things, and filling swimming pools, etc. The restrictions refer to the hours of service that the Water Commission provides to your areas. So for instance, there is restrictions still underway in Kingston and St. Andrew where no one has 24 hours a day water supply. So as I said, the prohibition, during those hours of supply can be used for anything, but we do use moral suasion now to ask that you're circumspect with your usage. So prohibition orders no longer in effect told you what you could use it for. The restrictions refer to the hours of service and not the usage particular, but we do use moral suasion, and it's good to hear that there is a unified political position on that moral suasion. As it relates to Manchester, Mr.
Sorry,
President.
before you go off and before you move off on that,
Sure, President.
how effective are your tools that you use, the restrictions and the prohibition? How effective are they? In fact, effective, or you just put them in, hoping that they are effective? You have any statistics on it?
I don't have statistics, but I do have records of calls to my office from very upset operators of particular businesses who were shut down by the local authorities when operating outside of the prohibition orders. So there was, I think, pretty wide surveillance using partnering with the local authorities and the National Water Commission staff, and we did see general compliance, certainly at the commercial level. Obviously, surveillance at the residential level is much more difficult, so I wouldn't expect that there was wide-scale interventions made for breaches in that space, as that's very difficult to do. But generally, I think at the commercial level, we did see significant compliance. So certainly for all. Well, difficult to see. The volume of water that goes in and out of the dams can't be broken down by how much for car wash versus industrial usage. You'd have to juxtapose that against the areas that use it. So for instance, a Spanish Town, Maine, would have at least 70% of that going into commercial usage in that space. So you'd gauge where that is. So it's difficult to separate like that, Mr. President. The rainfall in Manchester, for instance, it's been erratic. So, and sometimes when you have these huge downpours in an afternoon, because of the surface runoff, it doesn't function to recharge in the way that you'd want. So, for instance, in August, Manchester was one of 3 parishes that had below average rainfall. So you had 134 millimeters of rainfall, where your August 2022 would have been 230, and the 30-year average is 164. So even then, you'd have been running below. When one looks at the periods before, leading up to it, in June, you had one afternoon, which I recall, with a huge shower, and there was some flooding in Mandeville. That was 220% of the 1-month average in the afternoon. So that wouldn't function to recharge your aquifers in the way that you'd want to, because the runoff is too fierce. But in the very next month, you had 48% in July of 30-year average and 82% of 30-year average in the space. So it's very erratic.
You see, Mr. Bunting was saying that there has been a lot of rain in Manchester. What he should have said is that there is a lot of rain in Manchester when he's there.
Well, you know, there is some risk to looking at the numbers in terms of total year-to-date, because it doesn't show the sorts of floods that you'd have had in June, which don't create the impact that you want. So it is true that nationally the western half of the island has had more rain than in some cases than its 30-year average, and in some cases than last year. But how that rain has come forward with the sorts of showers has been challenging. What Manchester hadn't had before, which is why the impact of the drought has also been severe despite having better rainfall than other spaces, was the sort of investment that was required 40, 50 years ago coming forward. Mr. Senator Bunting would have acknowledged that we were to have had a town hall, but for a number of reasons, we've postponed that for no more than a couple of weeks. That is to speak to the in excess of 4 billion Jamaican dollars, which is being invested from northeast St. Elizabeth straight through Manchester into Mandeville. They're actually, I think, all but one of the 4 political constituencies will benefit from that particular investment. So that goes through northwest, goes through central, and it goes through south at some points in that system. That is the lift stations from the Pepper Wells straight through into central Manchester, and all of the mains are being upgraded. Significant increases in storage are being put in at elevated positions. And we expect that at the completion of this project towards the end of next year, Mandeville and its environs, if you look at the political space, certainly those 3 constituencies will have significantly improved water supply of potable water. A point which is very important to me, President, because when I was assigned responsibility for water last year, February, one of the things that I realized was not in the scope of the Greater Mandeville water supply system was the upgrade of the system where the well or where the source water actually is. When I brought it to the Prime Minister's attention, immediately he approved an allocation to ensure that the community of Pepper would benefit from this, and their 3,000 residents would finally have reliable potable water as well. So though right outside Manchester, I'm very proud that that was done so that those citizens...
That's Pepper in St. Elizabeth?
Correct. So that I thought was particularly important because it is always challenging for residents in areas where the source water is when they see water leaving their area, and that is not something that is going to be a facet of the management of this administration.
Thank you, Senator Fraser-Binns.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just have a few comments and a question for Minister. Minister, I can say that we are all very happy to hear that the order has been suspended, so to speak, and we look forward to it being completely off for Kingston and St. Andrew. And I listened to your presentation, Minister, and I believe that there is no doubt that there has been some amount of investment within the sector. I am hoping, Minister, that next year, during our drought period, the conversation that we had in February and some of what we're having today, that we will have a different kind of conversation. As I said, when you spoke, when you were tabling the prohibition order, is that the country has really gotten tired of hearing the same thing every year in terms of drought and how we treat with drought. So on the one hand, I am pleased that there are efforts being made to deal with our drought. But at the same time, I'm hoping that we quickly move to deal with the issues so that we don't have a repeat of the conversation. I want to make some recommendations, which perhaps if you have not yet commenced the implementation, you may want to consider. And we have to improve our water catchment. I am very pleased to hear of the improvement in our catchment throughout the country. But what tends to happen is, so we have 70, 80, 90, or 100% and then after a few months, we don't have any. We've gone back to water lock-off, or we're going back to a prohibition order in the extreme. I think that as a country, more needs to be done to ensure that we have more efficient water catchment system. And while saying that, you mentioned using the example of Manchester about the surface runoff, because that continues to be a huge problem for us as a country. And part of it, and this is more to Jamaica than to you, Minister, part of the reason why we have this huge surface runoff is because we continue to cut down our trees. And if last week we had our National Tree Planting Day, and I know the Forestry Department led the initiative with planting 1,000 trees in the quest for 3 million trees. But as a country, I think each and every one of us have to take the initiative and have to make the commitment to ensuring that we do more to replant and to protect our trees, because that is going to play a very important role in our water catchment. And I see the mayor agreeing with me, because from where he stands, he appreciates it. I want a clarification. You mentioned the NWC well at Moroska Road, and I wanted to understand if this is the same one that I had spoken about the last time you spoke when I asked what was happening. I'm not sure if that's the one you spoke of, but I'd see some clarification in that regard. And just two more quick points, Minister. One is a general point, the other a specific question to you. And it has to do with the conservation. It is not sufficient for us every year to encourage persons to conserve. I think what we need, and I'm making another recommendation to the leadership of the country, that we commence an ongoing public education campaign about conservation. I think we need to have a conservation mindset. We can't just limit it to when we have a drought period, but there has to be an ongoing public education where people understand the importance. But along with the public education has to be the resources which are put in place, and some of which the government is going to have to stand the cost. I recall going to an NWC function, and I was given a nice little tote bag, and in it I had well, they're not quite pipes, but there are parts, Mr. President, that you could put onto your pipe that actually regulates the amount of water you use. And I think those are little things that the government can take initiative in distributing on a wider scale, not just to persons who go to NWC functions or any function to do with water, so that all of us can play our part in building and shaping this conservation culture that we have to undertake. Because the truth is, today you're in power. Next year, the People's National Party will be in power. But the problem will continue because it is not a... No, listen to the point. Listen to the point I'm making. It is not a JLP problem. It is not a PMP. The issue of water has to do with what is happening in terms of climate change. And so it is not going to go away anytime. And so all of us will have to play a role in ensuring that we conserve. And finally, and this is a question for you, Minister, the prohibition order spoke specifically about construction.
Sorry, Senator, I just want to point out to some of my colleagues who are concerned that you are making a speech rather than asking a question, that the Senator is the spokesperson relative to this particular area, not Senator Bunting. So I have given the spokesperson a bit of latitude. You understand?
Yes. So, Cavan, thank
Go
you,
ahead,
Mr.
please.
President.
Take as much time as you want.
Thank
Senator,
you, Mr.
please.
President. And that was very specific to Senator Gale. But seriously, the question for Minister. So the prohibition order, we had specifically named the construction industry. Now, I'm not picking at them because I understand and appreciate the contribution they have made to our economy. But I believe, given the number of developments that are taking place, that there ought to be some kind of regulation in place in terms of water usage. And I wonder whether the government has given any consideration to how it intends to treat with this particular industry, even in periods of no prohibition order or no water restriction. And that's my question. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Fraser-Binns. Minister?
So I didn't opt to take a point of order despite my colleague and friend misleading the Senate. The PNP will not be in power next year. But I would leave, I digress. We are in the midst of what's called the El Niño phenomenon. It means we're going to have drier and warmer, we're going to have drier climate and warmer temperatures for the next 3 to 5 years. It's dependent on how the wind currents and ocean currents go that determine when that ends. It means, coming out of La Nina, that we're going to have less rainfall or more sporadic rainfall over the next couple of years. So to ensure that the country is very clear on that, that's why the steps that we're taking to build in resilience, to increase capacity, to protect our microclimate through our environmental protection is so critically important. I made the point about the Rio Cobra system. That project is 18 to 21 months of construction. So do I expect it to break ground in a matter of weeks, just to align expectations in terms of when this sort of drought will no longer affect Kingston and St. Andrew? There are a few things that have to happen. That system is critically important to making up the supply gap, but that's just the supply. The distribution lines gap is being made up. In 2015, the non-revenue water, which means leakage or theft, was 71% in Kingston and St. Andrew and about 68% in Portmore. That is down to 37% in Kingston and St. Andrew. And we've cut the leaking pipes by 40% already in Portmore with the investment that is being made. The distribution network is as important as any other component, Mr. President. There is no business that could survive 71% leakage. There's none. There's no budgeting for theft or loss of 71% in any category of industry. That network is being invested in. Persons should note the huge line that you see on the Mandela Highway. Persons should note that we commissioned the line along Spanish Town Road at, I think, a cost of $2.5 billion. Anyone who's had the opportunity to go to Port Royal in recent times should note that we're putting in a new supply line in that space. We are in procurement of a line that will finally, for those who have ever lived in Red Hills or had friends living in Red Hills, that will finally correct the age-old supply issue there, where your non-revenue water problem is upwards of 70%. We will put in what's called the Forest Hills Main, which will solve the supply issue in Red Hills. That's in procurement now. We will also be doing the Essex Hall water system, which is, pretty high up in Red Hills, but will fundamentally change the quality of life in Lawrence Tavern, something that we're also particularly proud of. But when one contemplates the more densely populated areas, certainly along Spanish Town Road, and areas that we all know pretty well, the Tivoli Gardens, Denham Town, Arnett Gardens of the world, we will also be making the investment in the community distribution system that will move that 37% in pursuit of 20, which, as I've mentioned before, is pretty close to the New York and London standards for non-revenue water. So we will immediately cut waste. We'll be providing increased source water, and we'll be cutting the wastage while working on storage needs. The other point to note is that though we're making that massive investment in the eastern end of the island, things like the Pedro Plains water program, which we expect to be implemented between now and 2030 in a phased basis, is some $200 million in the parish of St. Elizabeth. We have a water system upgrade designed for Trelawney, pretty much all the way around to Savannah Lamar, that will unleash $209 million of investment, and more will come in my State of the Nation related to that. We have several investments in every single parish, in every major township, and in our rural areas that will transform storage, collection, and distribution of our water systems. But we're not stopping there. Ultimately, Mr. President, we acknowledge that all households are not affected equally. We acknowledge that the poorer households, especially in rural communities, have been disproportionately affected in some cases by being outside of the utility footprint, meaning that they're not on NWC lines or municipal water systems, as well as those who are in remote areas where, though there is a line there, God help what that line can do, because it may as well be putting water into a grater because of how many leaks exist in that space. It is why the Prime Minister announced earlier this year that we would start the process of putting in 50,000 black tanks to the most vulnerable households in rural Jamaica with a rainwater harvesting component. You know, I was as disappointed as Senator Bunting in the postponement of the Manchester Town Hall, because I'd expected the Prime Minister to unleash this project there. But we do expect in the coming days that the first phase, unleash the project, not your defeat. Unleash the project, not the defeat. Unveil. Unveil. But the pilot phase of this project will start, President, in days. So we'll start the process of giving those households which are the most economically challenged, which exist outside of the utility footprint, or in an area where the utility footprint is so poor that they desperately need storage. Now, for colleagues to remember, this project comes with the rainwater harvesting component. The guttering will be included as well as we've asked MPs to give us 10 names of youngsters that will work with rural water by parish on the installation. So we're training them through HEART, and we're ensuring also that they're a part of that on-the-job experience. We've also said that those who excel will be further invested in additional training in leak detection, Mr. President, because that is another issue, both at the household and at the commercial level. But rainwater harvesting without a plan is simply insufficient.
Can I just inquire, the same way that it was inquired as to what the question was, could you tell me what question you're answering?
I'm responding to the long run-up. I'll get to the two questions in a second. I have a lot for that, don't worry. I'm ready for that. That's another issue. The rainwater harvesting guidelines, Mr. President, will be gazetted in a matter of weeks and will be brought both to the lower house and to the upper house, which will guide developers and guide our agencies that do approvals as to where to insist on rainwater harvesting and in what circumstances, and how to determine what systems are appropriate for the areas, because it's not one size fits all. We will also table, as it has been approved by the Cabinet, the Water Resources Management Plan for Jamaica for the first time in Jamaica's history at the next sitting of the lower house, Mr. President. So these are things that are underway. Now, to the final point that was raised in the long run-up was the environmental management. And just to reiterate, we tabled the watersheds management policy earlier this year. We are at 2.7 million trees planted out of our 3 million tree planting initiative. And excellent. And I come in to the and even my colleague, Senator Fraser Binns, has contributed to that 2.7 million tree planting by participating in several such initiatives. So we're putting in the investment to manage our microclimate. And something that the country should also be aware is that Jamaica's forest cover, I've said it before, but just so that persons remember, Jamaica's forest cover has actually increased over the last 15 years. And that is something that we're also very proud of, because we're managing the land resources very carefully. Now, to the three quick questions. One was around what were the plans for public education. We have met with JIS as a subset of the Integrated Water Resource Management Committee, or Council rather, of Cabinet. And JIS has been mandated to put in place a public education campaign that will roll out going into the drier months of January and February, so that we conserve now, so we have less impact then. As it relates to the Maresca Road well, there are 3 wells in that general area. The specific one that you had asked about is not the one that we're using now, but we are doing some tests on it to determine whether or not it could be. Not sure yet. The one that we've commenced using is between 1.5 to 2 million gallons a day that we'll get, which is the one behind LPSR. As you should know that facility where the tank station is, Senator Bunting. I don't recall the question on the prohibition order. So you'll recall and just. So there are some areas where construction is taking place near to wells that are not necessarily in use. One of the things that we're looking at doing is instead of providing potable water, once the water is sufficiently desilted enough to not impact the quality of construction, to give temporary connections to some of those wells. Because ultimately, how we bill persons is really the only deterrent to how people use water. You're billed per gallon, as per the OUR pricing. So I'm not sure that there's a deterrent whether you're building here or you're having a factory here or an apartment there. We don't have a system that allows for that. But where there will be, a huge development of sorts, and we are close to other water sources that can be used differently, we will use those water sources, as is happening, for instance, in Bernard Lodge and other spaces. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive tour de force of the water situation. And for those of you interested, for those of you who are interested to know, there is a video which is in wide circulation showing Matthew Samuda as a 10-year-old advocating the careful use of water and tree planting and so on. So his interest in the environment is a long-standing one. Members, just before we get to announcements, Senators Sinclair, Gale, and Longmore and myself had a conversation this morning with Senator Brown, and he seems to be doing much better. Says that he'll be watching the sitting today, indicated to us the nature of his present difficulty, which is really now he is in the state of recovering from his very arduous medical crisis. So he sounded good to us. I think everybody can agree who heard the conversation. So we continue to pray for him and hope that he will be back with us shortly in the chamber. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the Senate today is a copy of the Integrity Commission's report of investigation concerning allegations of irregularities in the approval processes which resulted in the construction of a residential development located at number 11 Charlie Mount Drive, Kingston 6, contrary to, inter alia, the permits issued by the KSA, MC, NEPA, and the Building Act.
Thank you very much. Bills brought from the Honorable House of Representatives. Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notions of motions given orally, questions and answers to questions. You can speak. Senator Morris.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. President. At the expiration of 21 days, I'll ask the Honorable Leader of Government Business in the Senate the following questions standing in my name.
Thank you very much, Senator Morris. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the Senate. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without the leave of the Senate first obtained. Public business. Minister Hill, I recognize you.
President, you forget that you have to control the mic now.
Senator Hill, I recognize you in a seat other than your own and with responsibilities other than your usual. So we're at public business. How do you intend to proceed? How do you intend to proceed today?
Mr. President, today we have two items on the Senate's agenda, and I'm going to state them in the order they will be taken. The first is taking of the law reform, zones of special operations, special security, and community development measures amendment Act 2023. That will be taken, of course, by Senator Minister Matthew Samuda. And afterwards, we will continue the State of the Nation debate. And today, the Venerable Senator Morris will be speaking to us.
Thank you very much. Senator Samuda.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before the usual Jekyll and Hyde comment from my colleague across the aisle, I will state clearly that it's purely up to him. But having sat on the Joint Select Committee, as many of us would have, I highly doubt that will be necessary. Yes, it was then Member Jackson, and yes, you weren't spokesperson. Yes, indeed. So perhaps, well, fortunately I have my files today, so it's not an issue. Mr. President, following the approval of the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Amendment Bill 2023 in the Houses of Representatives on the 26th of September 2023, I'm pleased to open and take through all of its stages the debate today on the aforementioned amendment bill. In his remarks in the lower house, in the remarks of the lower house, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, Dr. Horace Chang, would have emphasized the significant impact that the zones of special operations have had in the communities declared since the enactment of the legislation. The minister highlighted the community of Mount Salem as one example of a transformed community consequent on the interventions deployed and the investments made during the implementation of the measures in that area. And I think, Mr. President, this is perhaps the most important point that we will discuss today, the social transformation component. Though dealt with in the bill before us, in the renaming of the Social Intervention Committee, and in other ways, it is not fully understood by the public, as ZOSO is not an SOE, and should not be discussed interchangeably in the way that has sometimes made its way into public discourse. A declared ZOSO attacks criminality, but does so to create the space for the social transformation needed in vulnerable communities. Mr. President, I remind colleagues of the memorandum of objectives in the existing legislation, and for colleagues' recollection, I will read it into the minutes. Crime in Jamaica is a multidimensional problem that requires a multifaceted response. The homicide rate remains among the highest in the Caribbean region over the period of 2000 to 2015. Jamaica's murder rates averaged 40 per 100,000, with the year 2000 recording 34.1, which is the lowest, while 2009 recording 61.7, which is the highest. This high crime situation in Jamaica is a result of a combination of factors, including imports of illegal firearms, ammunition, financial fraud, including Ponzi schemes, lottery scams, opportunities for corruption and extortion, supply and transshipment of illegal narcotics, all of which have been accompanied by the use of violence criminals. These profoundly serious problems have threatened the existence of the rule of law in certain geographical locales in Jamaica, have deterred investment, destroyed capital formation, and discouraged business development and lowered the perception of Jamaica in the international arena. This act should not have a negative impact on Jamaica, which could likely occur if a declaration of a state of public emergency was made. Subsequently, this bill seeks to balance the need for security, and the need for giving members of the JCF and JDF certain essential powers that are required to address serious crimes on one hand and upholding the rule of law and protecting the fundamental rights and freedoms of citizens on the other hand, signed by Prime Minister Andrew Holness. Mr. President, that needs to be understood. It doesn't say it is a silver bullet. It doesn't say that at times other stronger pieces of legislation are not required. It also outlines several other issues that the bill does not target, but it does state the role that this bill will play and has played. Mr. President, in debating amendments in the legislation today, members should recall that several of us in this House passed the legislation first in 2017. Mr. President, I believe it is important to look at the performance of declared ZOSAs. The 7 areas declared ZOSAs are Mount Salem, Denham Town, Greenwich Farm, Augustown, Norwood, Parade Gardens, and a section of Savannah Lamar. Firstly, the security situation, Mr. President. To compare the statistics, we have looked at the length of declaration, as in the date since declaration, and the comparable period previously. In the 7 areas declared, a total of 39% reduction in murder has been observed, a 49% reduction in shootings, and a 63% reduction in robbery, colleagues. Mr. President, that, however, is not the most incredible part. It is a component of social transformation. And all colleagues should be aware of the social transformation which this project brings. And I remind colleagues, because we get these from time to time, you would have them for all 7 of the ZOSAs. And you look through and you see summer camps for youth and children. You look at infrastructure investments. You look at land regularization. You look at public health interventions. You look at JISTV doing parks. You look at education spaces. You look at sports. You look at any number of categories that form what is usually contemplated as social intervention and social investment. But what is impressive, Mr. President, is the cohesive nature of a singular commitment to transform these communities, Mr. President. And that is what this legislation has unleashed in a positive way for these communities. A reduction in crime and significant social transformation. For instance, in somewhere like Mount Salem, there has been a 90% reduction in robberies, and a 50% reduction in shooting incidents, and a 50% reduction in murders for the period comparable before its declaration, from declaration to now. It is for this reason, Mr. President, that I re-emphasize the commitment of this government as expressed by the Minister, Deputy Prime Minister Chang, in the lower house, as well as the Prime Minister when the bill was first taken, to the improvement of lives and livelihoods of the people in our most vulnerable communities that have been forced to contend with high levels of violence, gang warfare, rampant criminality, murders, and the overall threat to law and public order. The background, Mr. President, for why this is required. Measures are required to strengthen the efforts of law enforcement. That is impatient of debate. We must curtail the scourge of crime and violence in the country. We must expand the legislative framework, Mr. President and members, and we are making our laws more robust and responsive to the dynamics of our social landscape, while acknowledging that our social landscape is not that of our neighbors. Mr. President, the bill proposes to amend the law reform zones of special operations and special security and community development measures, which came into effect on July 14, 2017. The Act provides for special measures for upholding citizen security and public safety within certain geographically defined areas of Jamaica, and was introduced, Mr. President, members, to the high levels of crime and violence within these vulnerable communities. Importantly, Mr. President, the Act aims and has achieved, while ensuring the preservation of fundamental rights, freedoms of the citizens living in these communities, a safer environment, Mr. President. Since the passage of the Act, as stated, 7 geographical areas have been declared ZOSAs. The geographical areas were listed previously. it is important to note that this is a part, not the totality of our crime-fighting strategy, but a part of the strategy that has performed well. Mr. President, the review of the Act to make this good performing, this positive performing measure even better would have commenced in 2020. A total of 13 Joint Select Committee meetings would have been held, and we thank all stakeholders for the submissions that would have been made. I think it important, Mr. President, to pause at this juncture and acknowledge the significant, tremendous work of those who served on the JSC, acknowledge the Chief Parliamentary Counsel, the LRD, as well as a team from the Attorney General's Chambers, the Ministry of Justice, and of course the Ministry of National Security. I wish to also acknowledge the teams from the JCF and the JDF who would have been key stakeholders who participated in the meetings. I also join the Minister in that other place in acknowledging the support staff from the Houses of Parliament and the Jamaica Printing Service. Mr. President, the bill proposes to amend 17 sections of the Act and to create one new subsection. I will now take the Senate through these amendments identified in the schedule under Clause 2 of the bill. The bill proposes, Mr. President, to rename the Social Intervention Committee as the Social Transformation Committee. The amendment is being proposed, Mr. President, further to the recommendation of the Joint Select Committee on the basis that the utilization of the term transformation better reflects the nature and ultimate objective of their work. Additionally, Mr. President, it is proposed that the membership of the committee be expanded to include a representative of the CPFSA, being the Child Protection and Family Services Agency, as well as a member of the Joint Force who is trained in sensitivity to matters relating to gender-based violence. The bill further proposes to introduce more inclusionary language to enable the recognition of the protection of the fundamental rights and freedoms of persons residing, working, doing business, and raising families in the zone. The bill highlights the need to redirect young persons out of criminal activity as a further object for the legislation. This, Mr. President, supports the Ministry's policy focus on the diversion of vulnerable persons from criminal activity. It is being further proposed, members, that the initial period in which a zone is to be declared be increased from a period not exceeding 60 days to a period not exceeding 180 days. This is expected, Mr. President, to engender a more sustainable environment for the maintenance of law and order and provide more time to realize the desired social intervention outcomes. The bill also amends circumstances under which a zone can be declared in Section 4 to reflect two distinctive categories, namely rampant criminality or gang warfare, or high or escalating rates of violence, as well as a threat to the rule of law and public order. Mr. President, the bill also proposes to further qualify the authority with whom the Prime Minister in Council will be required to consult before a zone can be extended, as well as to increase the period of extension. I wish to inform members of the Senate that among the proposals received in the final round of consultations was to further increase the period of extension that was agreed on by the committee from a period not exceeding 120 days to a period not exceeding 180 days. Mr. President, as stated by the Minister in his presentation to the Lower House, this proposed amendment will standardize and align the duration of the extensions with the initial period of declaration, thereby maximizing the time available for the efforts of the Social Transformation Committee to take effect. The bill also expands the category of persons who may be required to make a statement to Parliament following the declaration of a zone, and proposes to include the Minister with responsibility for national security. Mr. President, the bill further proposes to increase from every 10 days to every 30 days the time period required for the Joint Command through the Commissioner of Police or the Chief of Defence Staff to report to the National Security Council, and further, members to expand the circumstances under which the Prime Minister in Council may suspend the operation of a zone where it is considered necessary to do so. Mr. President, it is also being proposed that the determination of the method for ascertaining the identity of members of the joint force be shifted from the joint command of the Commissioner of Police and Chief of Defense Staff, subject to the approval of the National Security Council. Similarly, Mr. President, the bill further proposes to shift the authority to impose a curfew from the joint command to the Commissioner of Police and the Chief of Defense Staff or their designates not below the rank of an Assistant Commissioner of Police and the Lieutenant Colonel, respectively. It also proposes the introduction, Mr. President, also proposes to introduce the requirement for a notice to be displayed upon the establishment of a cordon and imposition of a curfew. Mr. President, this is to enable persons in and around the zone to be made aware of those activities. It is further proposed, Mr. President, that an offense be introduced for the breach of a curfew without reasonable excuse. And in this regard, the bill proposes a fine not exceeding $1 million in the parish court, and in default of payment thereof, imprisonment of a term not exceeding 6 months. Mr. President, the bill introduces also a new administrative process presided over by a Justice of the Peace to regulate custody and/or disposal of items seized within the zone. Currently, Mr. President, such procedures are administered by an officer of the Joint Command, and this new inclusion removes the responsibility, allowing them to focus on other operational priorities. Mr. President, the bill further qualifies the time period within which a person arrested and detained within a zone should be taken before a Justice of the Peace for an order to be made. The amendment proposes to increase the period of time in which a person may be remanded in custody from 24 hours to 48 hours. The bill also proposes the inclusion of a term, remand center, in the list of places in which a person who is arrested in a zone may be detained. This recommendation to expand the facilities available for detention provides greater operational flexibility to the joint force and in cases where the police lockups are at capacity. Mr. President, the bill further proposes the inclusion of a new subsection aimed at the empowering of the joint forces to exercise its powers of arrest and detention outside the boundaries of a zone in cases involving hot pursuits. In these cases, Mr. President, a person who attempts to flee arrest in the zone could be pursued outside of the zone for the purpose of being taken into custody. The bill also proposes to establish an offense where anyone threatens, assaults, obstructs, or hinders a member of the joint force and imposes a penalty of a fine not exceeding 1 million Jamaican dollars or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 1 year. Mr. President, the bill further proposes to increase the time period in which a person may be held in custody without an order of the Justice of the Peace from 12 to 36 hours before the prescribed officer is required to investigate the circumstances of his or her detention. The proposed extension, Mr. President, would facilitate greater operational and administrative flexibility in completing the necessary investigations that may be required in the interest of justice and sustainably restoring the rule of law within a zone. Mr. President, the bill proposes to amend the provision in respect of the treatment of persons arrested or detained to expand the category of persons who would be required to facilitate the provision of medical attention to a person in need of same. The bill now contemplates the inclusion of any person in charge of supervision of any individual arrested or detained. The responsibility is currently limited to the members of the joint force. Mr. President, the bill further proposes to qualify the criteria for the visitation of the persons arrested and permits the prescribed officer to consider circumstances having regard to matters of security and safety of persons. The proposed amendment seeks to balance the right of visitation with the operational risks being faced on the ground at the time. In closing, Mr. President, the bill proposes that the Minister approves the terms of reference of each committee as opposed to causing the terms of reference to be prepared and transmitted to him for his approval. The current language in the Act, Mr. Speaker, imposes an additional administrative responsibility on the Minister. Mr. President, the aforementioned proposals reflect the efforts of the parties involved in the review that has been undertaken. Before committing this bill to the Honourable Senate, I wish to acknowledge the success of these measures thus far, to remind colleagues that we have been clear in the past that many more resources are required to break the back of rampant criminality, in terms of many more areas of declaration, and to acknowledge the work of all of those who have worked in the social transformation process of these communities, as well as all of those members of the security forces which have served in the joint forces, which have saved lives, reduced shootings, and cut accusatory crimes in these zones. Mr. President, I therefore commit this bill to the Honorable Senate and ask the members consider the proposals and that they lend their support to this joint effort to strengthen the legislation as part of the measures being used to tackle crime and violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Samuda. Senator Scott Motley.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. It is always, for me, quite challenging to have to speak in a debate, having participated so rigorously in the discussion which has led up to this bill. You know, Mr. President, I have to again extend appreciation for the technical teams who support the Joint Select Committees. And this particular Joint Select Committee, if you look at the record of attendance, Senator Golding Campbell, you will see that every member, most members, certainly the members of the Senate, took their responsibilities very seriously. It was recognized that the Zozo Act, as we call it, had some very important elements, which were elements which were needed really for the transformation of communities. And what the Joint Select Committee focused on is how it could be made better. And so if you notice, as Senator Samuda has said, we were concerned with extending the time, because it was not just about implementing an act. It was about implementing a process which would be desirable. And so the extension in the time frame was really considered. Mr. President, for me personally, the language of anything which we do is important. And so we decided, after discussion, that we could not have an intervention committee, that the intention of this legislation was not merely to get involved in the people's lives, but to have a transformational effect. You know, Jamaica is plagued with a high crime rate, even though the government now applauds the fact that there has been a reduction in murder and that there has been like a 12% decrease. The fact of the matter is that it has not reached the communities, in the sense that our senses are assaulted, not just by the violent nature of the crimes which are being committed, but the fact that on any day you can hear that 4 people are shot, 3 women are slaughtered, a child has been murdered, children are suffering. And so we recognized that the aim was not just to get the numbers down, but to transform the lives of the people living in these communities. What I would like to know, Senator Samuda, is whether or not there is any analysis which has been done to see if those goals have been arrived at. You did mention that the shootings were down, but I am interested in finding out whether there is in fact a transformational result. I remind you that we had inserted a new provision which was to facilitate the redirection of young males out of criminal activities. And I want to know if that aspiration was achieved, because even though we have just made the amendment, we are just making the amendment to the legislation, it was agreed that that was going to be a significant part of our activities. One of the presentations which impacted me and has never really left my thoughts is a presentation which was made by JISTV. Not just a presentation, but a discussion. And it was pointed out that it really takes about 6 years of intervention to achieve transformation before you see any really positive results. When you look at some of the things that have been done under the ZOZO, there are things that we shouldn't have to do under a special act, that we shouldn't have to really carve out a zone to do. Because there are things like removing zinc fences. There are things that providing proper sewage system, dealing with the sewage which are flowing in the streets, giving birth certificates to people. And it reminds you that you must have a system that actually functions. That if the agencies which were established were really doing what they needed to do, we wouldn't need to carve out a special area for attention. We wouldn't have to have an area which we have designated in need of rescue. Because after you remove all the language of the bill, it is clear that the intention is to carve out a special area in need of rescue. And I will say this as somebody who is not really a true politician, as I describe myself as not being a true politician. Part of the problem we have, Senator Gale, is that we have 4-year cycles. So coming up to an election, this cycle becomes very important. And so the strategy has to be to report on success within a certain time, because you have to talk about the water at Essex, you have to talk about you know, all the achievements, the black drums that you have suddenly discovered need to be put in after 7 years, and things like that. But when you're talking about this kind of transformation, a government has to be prepared to sow seeds in people's lives and understand that they might not be able to reap the rewards, because it just doesn't happen that way. So, Mr. President, I don't think it is really for me to be the one, although I know Senator Sinclair will certainly not take the same view as I do, having regard to his presentation last week. But I don't think it is really my role to be critical or to suggest any further amendments to this bill, because we went through a very lengthy and detailed process. But I must observe that there was consideration given to the violence amongst women and girls. And Senator Morris, today is the Day of the Girl. That's right? Wednesday. And it gives me, reflecting on this section today, I want to say, there was a time when women were killed, where the entire society would be horrified. There was a time when children were murdered, where the society would be galvanized into taking some action. And now, day after day, we are numbed by the events. And today, as we debate this bill, I am calling on the people of Jamaica to recognize that we need to create not a plan for crime, not a plan to defeat criminality, but a movement. That movement has to involve each and every one. And it is time that the women realize that sometimes they have to take the lead. And in this one, the women have to take the lead. The women have to recognize that they are burying their sons. The women have to recognize that their sons are fodder for the guns. The women have to recognize that the men with whom they sleep might have a loving side. But when they get up from that bed, they have a mission to kill. The women have to recognize that it is their sons who are being hired to do the contract killings. That might be some prominent people get a contract reward, if you can call it that, for $3 million. But for others, it takes 3,000. And until the women begin to understand that the communities are the victims and that their children will grow up fatherless, and the number of households headed by women will increase if the woman nowadays is lucky to survive that. We need a movement against criminality. A movement where people can put aside their political persuasion. A movement where people can forget their community organization. A movement where the sole goal is to save the lives of our people. So, Mr. President, the opposition, of course, having participated so fully in this Joint Select Committee, deliberations were completed some time ago. The committee was actually appointed in 2020, and we are just coming to it now. But I am assured that the work of the zone continued, and I am assured that the results of the zone materialized. So I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Scott Motley. Senator Gale.
Thank you, President. You know, President, I looked at this legislation. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 pages. Might appear as a small legislation, but it is of big interest to this country. I always admire the work of a Joint Select Committee. And there are certain matters that in the interest of this country ought to get the attention and the review of a Joint Select Committee. And I want to commend all those who participated in the interventions in the Joint Select Committee. Mr. President, I want to start by denouncing in the strongest way all acts of violence that have plagued our society. And the spate of murders that has gripped our nation is a stain on our collective conscience. Mr. President, this situation is alarming and it's deeply troubling. We cannot stand idle as our communities are torn apart by this senseless violence. But more distressing is the continuous attack on our women and children. And there must be a time when it stops. Mr. President, I hear Senator Scott Motley not being a true politician or a true politician. And there may be some truth in that. But one of the things I agree with is that no matter where we sit or where we stand, we must offer practical solutions, even politically, to stem the crime and violence that affects our society. Mr. President, notwithstanding our political affiliation, we have to take this on in a united fashion. And, you know, it may be murders today, but tomorrow we are dealing with some internal crimes in terms of domestic violence. That too is on the rise, and the impact on our society is devastating. And we can't turn a blind eye on it, because there are some persons who are somewhat trapped in that level of abuse. And we must provide them with the support and the resources that they need to move away from those harrowing experiences. And this is what this ZOZO is about, you know. And Mr. President, one of the first things I want to commend is the change of the term from intervention to transformation. Intervention is an immediate action, so you move in. But transformation is holistic, it is continuous. And so for the committee to have agreed to take on that concept, it's important. The other point I want to make is that our fight against crime can't be waged by any one group or entity alone. We must, whilst we continue to demand increased action, we have to do so together as a society. It involves all of us because all of us can be impacted. Mr. President, the fact that the agencies have participated and they came and they made their recommendations, we trust that those recommendations, them participating, the hearing from the committees would also demonstrate their future commitment in actions to stem this critical mission that we're dealing with. Mr. President, the zones of special operation and the legislation was designed to address that dual challenge of crime eradication and community development. So it's not only to fight crime, but a pursuance in nature for community development while upholding human rights. The law emphasizes that an area cannot be arbitrarily declared a zone. And so ZOZO can only be enacted when there's rampant criminality, gang warfare, escalating violence, and a threat to the rule of law is evident. There is evidence that that is taking place in our society. And so it means that the interventions of a ZOZO is going to be continuous. But I'm glad for a review, because a review will assess what has been done, where we are, and what needs to be done in the future. Mr. President, part of the critical mission of this particular legislation and the activity is to build trust and hope. And so, that is what I believe the elements that are being proposed in this bill is suggesting. But community development and building the trust and hope, Mr. President, success lies in a holistic approach. It includes the human, social, economic, and infrastructural investment in communities. Providing residents with a renewed hope and optimism. But guess what? You know, the trade unionist in me dictates that you don't impose changes on the people without consulting with the people. And so, all these interventions, all these community development actions must be in tandem with consulting with the people in the communities. Get the feedback from them, hear their concerns, and get them to buy in so that you can inspire them to also facilitate the changes that are necessary. So if they buy into it, that inspires the confidence that whatever proposals or requests or recommendations they make, they would have been a party to it. And so that is a focused mission that we must pursue. Mr. President, part of it that I'm concerned about is the these unattached youths in communities. These youths that, you know, notwithstanding the fact that we are creating employment, a lot of them are not actively seeking employment. And maybe in instances, they are not even employable. And so, we must continue to pursue and educate and highlight them around these different interventions, these educational opportunities, so that we change their mindset in terms of upgrading their skills, upgrading their competencies, transforming them into employment opportunities so that they don't resign themselves as being a part of a community that's not going, and they are not going anywhere. And there are many different barriers and boundaries around that we have to break down, that I would call those social barriers. So you're part of a community, but you're not one of us. And you know, using a term, if you go out there and you try to develop yourself and you come back into the community, I style you, I style me. And so that social barrier becomes a concrete that has built up and manifested itself, that creates a dependency not to promote changes in communities. And Mr. President, those are the barriers that we must work together to break down. President, one of the key things in this continuous evaluation, this transformation that we are pursuing through the objectives of this legislation, is that of the data-driven approach, regularly evaluate the impact of ZOZO using data on not only crime rates, educational and employment outcomes, and community well-being. This information, you know, once we gather this information, it will dictate an assessment of what has been achieved and what next needs to be done. And so the data-driven aspect is important. We must also demand feedback by engaging with the residents of the community. Get the feedback from them. Is it that we are doing these interventions? Is it working for you? And what is the extent of the work that we have done on your behalf? So it makes no sense, absolutely no sense, that we are doing these interventions and we are not relating the feedback from the people who were doing the interventions on behalf of. And so the Joint Select Committee would have done a comprehensive assessment, its own review. But whatever strategies were put in place, Mr. President, whatever initiatives, whatever recommendations that we would have proposed, we must always allow for the flexibility of change, because nothing is cast in stone. We may pursue certain initiatives, believe that it's working, and oftentimes we are promoting these initiatives, but we are not a part of the community. And so we don't know if it's working. And so there has to be that flexibility of thought and mindset to redress and to change. And I want to suggest that, Mr. President. So I want to, in closing, implore each and every one of us to remember our duty as public servants and representatives of the people. Let us put aside our differences and let's rise together. Let's work together in this fight against crime. Let us commit to working tirelessly to build a Jamaica where violence and crime are but a part of our dark history. Not the ongoing narrative that every day we wake up, we hear about the spate of murders. It's only through, Mr. President, unity, dedication, a concerted, united effort that we are going to be able to make these changes. And so the people of Jamaica, sir, is counting on us. Let us continue to do the work and the transformation. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gale. Senator Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. President. Minister Samuda, I will try not to say anything that will work like Dr. Jekyll's serum that produced the evil Mr. Hyde. The fan of statistics, well, it is only statistics. We're both fans of statistics. Well, Mr. President, Minister Samuda might recall that when the original ZOSO bill was tabled in the House in 2017, I think it was, that I spoke in strong support of that bill at the time. And in fact, the opposition generally supported the 2017 bill. Mr. President, its design was informed by the clear hold and build strategy that had been used with some measure of success in the favelas of Brazil and elsewhere. The opposition has gone further in the intervening years to actually stridently advocate for the declaration of ZOSOs in many communities. And when I can recall, I think last year in central Kingston, for a very long time, opposition, starting with our former caretaker, taken up by the leader of the opposition, taken up by myself, we were quite strident and insistent that ZOSO was appropriate for the conditions that existed in central Kingston at the time. So, and when it was eventually declared, it had a positive impact in lowering violent crime in that community. So we've been consistent in supporting the ZOSO approach. In fact, Mr. President, our disappointment has been with the parsimonious use of this powerful tool by the government. I know you would like that word. We had anticipated that not only Senator Gale would more ZOSOs have been declared, but that the areas would have been significantly larger than they have been. And while we understood that the first declarations like Mount Salem, the government was sort of feeling its way and getting some on-the-ground experience with it, 6-7 years later, we would have thought this would have been used much more extensively. Instead, what we saw was that government seemed to have almost completely forgotten about the ZOSO legislation in favor of the serial and routine use of states of emergency. We think that was a mistake. Now, in a State of the Nation debate, I can't remember if it was 22 or 21, I pointed out at the time that there was a area less than 1% of the total geographic area of Jamaica. Primarily the police divisions of Kingston and Southern St. Andrew. That together was maybe, I don't know, certainly not as large as 40 square miles, but generated more than a third of the extremely violent crime, murder, and shooting in Jamaica in that year. It may have changed, somewhat from year to year, but the principle still holds. A disproportionate amount of the extremely violent crime, particularly murders and shootings, came from those handful of police divisions. And we thought, for example, that area, that whole area, would have been ripe to have been declared as ZOSO, and massive investment put into the whole social infrastructure in those communities. Senator Scott Motley spoke to the recently announced 11% reduction in murders compared to the same period last year. And she also mentioned there has been some amount of confusion and disbelief in the public reconciling this announcement with their lived experience and with the daily media stories reporting murders, double murders, triple and quadruple murders, and shootings as well sometimes. It doesn't seem to accord with that statement. October so far is averaging about 5 murders per day. Although Jamaicans have become quite inoculated to the levels of violence, I think everyone was still shocked at the news of the quadruple murder in Dwansville, Trelawney. I mean, this is rural community. This is not an area normally associated with this, with agriculture, maybe with, peaceful rural community. So what I think people miss in the conversation or the discussion is that while you can indeed be having an 11% reduction when compared with last year. What they may not know is that last year was had the second highest number of murders since 2010. The second highest. So while the statistics are down relative to last year, in objective terms, they're still at a horrifically high level. At the current rate of murder in 2023, by a simple extrapolation, we should be ending the year with about 1,400 Jamaicans murdered at the current rate. And hopefully, that can be tempered, but at the rate that we're going up to the last published statistics. On average, 287 more Jamaicans have been murdered each year under this JLP administration than during the previous PNP administration. This is facts, this is statistics. That's a 25% increase in the average annual murder rate between the two periods. That's 2,300 more Jamaicans murdered than if they had maintained that average. This is not something that gives me any pleasure, but if we're going to address the problem, we need to start from a position of truth. We need to start from a position of facts. So whatever efforts have been used prior to this have not worked. But if today signals a renewed approach to a balance between crime prevention efforts and crime control efforts, then we support that. The opposition supports that. That has always been our position. We have always insisted that crime prevention efforts, social investments, some persons have used, I think even the senator will make his contribution in the State of the Nation in a few minutes, has talked about an army of social workers that we need in our communities, in our schools, recognizing before problems manifest themselves as extreme violence that interventions can make a big difference. So that's why, for example, we developed the Unite for Change initiative. And I congratulate the private sector who have essentially started their own version of that with Project STAR. And I hope that the government will support it, not just by going and touring and taking pictures, but that they will financially support it, because it takes massive resources for the kind of transformation. You notice Senator Scott Motley focused on the transformation, not just the intervention. It will take massive resources sustained over a long period of time to have that kind of transformational effect. So we were very disappointed when this administration, this JLP administration, came to office in 2016, that they abandoned the Unite for Change program. We were disappointed when they defunded the Peace Management Initiative. We were disappointed when the CSJP, the Citizen Security and Justice Program, came to an end and there was no equivalent replacement. This is a program that had put billions of dollars into that sort of social intervention activity over the previous years. So, you know, I have, in this short intervention, Minister Samuda, I've tried not to be emotive. I've tried not to be provocative. I've tried not to inject any serum any verbal serum that will cause your transformation to Mr. Hyde. But I am reaching out on behalf of the opposition to say if today's passage of this bill or the amendments to the bill, to this act, which we support, if it signals a new beginning in terms of a balanced approach of crime prevention as well as crime control, then we are on board and we look forward to the budgetary allocations supporting the verbal statements that have been made and commitments in that regard. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bunting. Senator Sapphire Longmore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to contribute to this debate and in fulsome support of the bill before us. And I particularly celebrate it because of its emphasis on the social intervention programs that will be a part of the effort as we seek to stem crime and violence in our society. Mr. President, I won't be long, but I thought it very necessary because this represents a significant effort that persons in my profession especially are celebrating in terms of mental health and the management of crime and violence in our society using avenues that stem at that source. I think that we are all fully recognizing, especially post-COVID, out of every crisis you can find something to focus on that is beneficial. And out of COVID, I think that we have fully recognized the importance of healthcare and our health in the governance of our people. And Mr. President, when we speak of the holistic aspects of health, as we always hear, physical, mental, social, and spiritual, the social dimension has taken on such a significant part that it has almost become a separate area of development, that people don't even fully recognize that it is steeped in healthcare. And our social efforts, they begin in our family. This is where we learn to communicate and to resolve conflict. I think we don't have to look further than our justice system to see the consequences of poor communication and poor conflict resolution. And unfortunately, the crime statistics, as it relates to the real exacerbations of those inadequacies. As we contemplate this effort for social transformation, Mr. President, I wanted us to focus on one or two things that we might not fully contemplate in the bill, but more so in the work of the committee that is to be established. As we embrace technology, I want us to be aware, and especially for our young people, use this opportunity to educate and guide them in the social media spaces. In terms of as we transform our social interactions, I want to use this platform to remind us that as parents or as guides in social interaction, that the virtual space is one where our children need guidance too. And just as you parent there, you parent in that space. So the work of the committee, I envision that is to be established in these spaces, I envision will incorporate technology and incorporate the use of the virtual space in the execution of its work and its interventions in the communities, as we are seeing this being transformed throughout our space. So I want to ensure that we bring that to the awareness. I also want to reiterate and kind of join in with what Minister Samuda mentioned earlier regarding the water conservation and what Senator Fraser-Binns highlighted to, in terms of the protection of the environment and the work, because the environment is a space, the direct physical landscape that can significantly impact on the social interactions of our people. As we create those play spaces, those green spaces, use up the opportunities, and I encourage the committee to liaise with agencies such as the Forestry Department and the Ministry of Agriculture and RADA, so that we are planting trees and we're enabling these communities to care for their environment and see to food security. This might not be overtly crime fighting, but these efforts impact on the mentation of the people, and they are easy, very applicable solutions. The other important aspect of the social efforts and the intervention of the committees that will be seen to such is, as I put it, the power of play as a power tool against violence. And Mr. President, I will repeat that when we play, and when I say play, I don't mean bat and ball only, I mean community exercise programs, I mean cooking classes, I mean team sports for our teenagers, the green spaces. You know, I know I like to pull from other cultures and apply what can apply in our own space. You know, in Germany you have community centers, community spaces where you have physical workout bars where you just see the teenagers going there and just doing chin-ups and doing workout things. In Japan, you have every 6 o'clock every morning, you have the elderly in the community coming out in a space and they're doing Tai Chi together and they're doing some sort of exercise or some sort of meditation program together. We can pull from these cultures. In Israel, we have the kibbutz, I think it is, where they have group. One family, one household decides that this evening they're seeing to all the children in that community and they're engaging them and it rotates. I think this is something I would suggest that the persons who will be appointed to this committee consider looking at other cultures. We're Jamaica out of many one people, looking at other cultures and applying those socially driven interventions and practices that are part of their lifestyles that can be adopted in this effort. And I mentioned the Forestry Department especially because as Senator Fraser-Binns does, I also go there every now and again and get some trees and I try to make my effort. So I know they're very willing to participate in processes such as this. Mr. President, there is also a specific recommendation that I would make, and this is with respect to the first schedule of the bill, where it speaks to the committee itself and the constituent members of the committee, based on especially what is outlined in section 24(4), where it states the committee, which relates to the functions of the committee shall pay particular attention to vulnerable persons who live, work, and attend school in the zone, especially children, the elderly, and persons with disabilities. Mr. President, I would then go on to make the recommendation in the first schedule where it states that the committee shall comprise of at least 10 persons selected from among the following. And it lists A, well, I see T and U as it is interjected there. But I would also recommend the addition of a mental health professional, significantly because of the functions of the committee, the needs of the community, and as we are recognizing the importance of the specific mental health care intervention that needs to be happening and executed, Mr. President. This also relates to what is more and more being recognized as we consider pieces of legislation, the importance of the mental health components that is oftentimes ignored. And so, Mr. President, with that, I will take my seat and, again, endorse this bill to its full extent. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Safire. Minister, it's not often that I make this intervention, but certainly the suggestion concerning the inclusion of mental health, identifying persons with mental health issues and mental health personnel on the relevant committees is one that I think should occupy your time between now and the completion of Senator Sinclair's presentation.
Nervous.
Senator Singh, thank you, Senator Safire Longmore. Senator
thank you very much, Mr. President.
Sinclair.
Thank you. All right, Mr. President, I stand in support of the amendments the amendments to the Law Reform Zone of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Act, which is before us. So, President, the Act is a novel piece of legislation. As much as it is novel, it is significant and one promulgated by an administration with a vision for a structured, coordinated, inclusive approach to citizen security and safety, twinned with community development using a holistic approach. As was stated on page 4 of the report of the Joint Select Committee, which is a timely review of the legislation, and it is not often that we see that these reviews are done on time, as was done in this particular case. So all persons who participated in the process, I commend them. But the page 4, Mr. President, reads, and I quote, "The Act," referring to the Act, the Zozo Act, "seeks to balance the need for security operations that are required to address serious crimes within a defined local while preserving the fundamental rights and freedoms of persons there, with the need for social intervention and community development measures that are essential for public order and promoting and upholding the rule of law." Mr. President, in short, this act is one which seeks to bring about significant positive transformation and improvement to the quality of life of residents within the geographical space that a zone is established under the Act. The proposed amendment to amend the description of the Social Intervention Committee to Social Transformation Committee confirms the intent of the law and the expected outcome. As you have heard, Mr. President, this Joint Select Committee met regularly, and discussed vigorously. There were differences at times between the parties, but we all came down to a settlement, and I want to commend Senior Counsel, Senator Donna Scott Matley. I want to commend her for her participation in respect to this particular Joint Select, because her interventions were very important and were accepted. And I want to believe that when you, Senator Scott Matley, asked for the change from it being a social intervention committee to a social transformation committee, there was quick agreement on the part of all parties that were participating in that process. So I want to commend you. And you know, Mr. President, Senator Lambert Brown was also on that committee, and he also played a significant part in respect to the interventions that he made. And so we must come in. And as Senator Gale has said, the Joint Select Committees are committees. Might not talk too early now. The Joint Select Committees are committees that really do work, as Senator Gale has said. Yes, sir, you did, and I agree with you. Mr. President, has the ZOZOs been effective? Has the legislation been effective? And I will say that it has. This can be seen in the 7 communities that the ZOZOs have been declared. And Minister Matthew Samuta outlined those that have been declared, the longest one being the one in Mount Salem, and so we can look at that under the whole principle of clear, hold, and build, because that would have gone the furthest in respect to ZOZOs. And what we have seen in Mount Salem, and I'm certain that my good friend across the aisle, Senator Allen, will confirm that within that space, you have reduced criminal and gang activity. You have major infrastructure works, which includes paved roads, drain construction, sidewalk construction, zinc fence removal, and brand new police station in the Mount Salem area, and improvements to the educational facility that exists on Francis Isabella Road. The Mount Salem Primary School has been improved under this program. You have improvements in human resource development, training, certification of persons, improvements in the dignity of the individual. Some persons believe that just issuing to persons and ensuring that persons have birth certificates is a simple thing. It is more than, it's very, very significant in respect that it confirms their identity and it assists them in doing other things that are needed, in fact, getting your TRN, getting your passport, and so forth. So we have an improvement in the dignity of the individual within the space. And that, as I said, opened up many other opportunities, job opportunities, and so forth. And Mr. President, most significantly, the residents have been able to move around the Mount Salem space where the ZOZO has been implemented in that area with greater ease. And the comments out of the citizens in Mount Salem, they are very happy in respect to what has been achieved under the ZOZO so far. How do we measure success? And I'm going to tell you, in respect to this particular issue that we're looking at. And you know, I heard Senator Bunting make his comments. And, you know, I couldn't. Not on this topic. Not on this topic. Because he said when the ZOZO legislation came up in 2017, you were in the lower house at the time, I believe, and you indicated your support for it. Yes, I've not looked on the Hansard, but you have also indicated that the opposition did. So what I find a little strange, Mr. President, is that when the first ZOZO was announced, and the ZOZO legislation speaks about how you get to a ZOZO declaration, where it involves information that comes from the security forces that Senator Bunting had portfolio responsibility over when he was Minister of National Security. But then I see a media report that says this: Phillips and Bunting, critical of government selection of Mount Salem ZOZO. And that was in a media report which came out September 1, 2017. Mr. President, the JCF at that time, in informing the relevant authority in respect to the declaration of the ZOZO, the Deputy Commissioner of Police informed the public that it was based on crime statistics which reflected on murders increasing annually since 2014, and at this particular era where the Zozo was so declared, Mr. President, was populated by 12 major gangs operating at the time. That is your information. But I'm happy that now we hear, when we hear the opposition that oppose, and everything, Mr. President, every day I hear them oppose. They get up and they criticize every movement of the administration. Mr. President, we hear them saying, give us the Zozo in all the communities. The PMP, the opposition, obviously supports the government's use of Zozo, and they have asked for it. Mr. President, in relation to what is expected as transformation, the Mount Salem zone, which was established in 2017 and still continues, makes it clear that it takes time to achieve transformation of communities and the re-socialization of residents. And the amendments recognizes this. The amendments that we have before us today recognizes this by virtue of the increased time that it has given in relation to moving from 60 days to 100 days in relation to the time for a zone to be put in place. And similarly, the period for which a zone can be extended was increased to 120 days. Mr. President, as I said, transformation takes time. And this administration, the administration of Andrew Holness, Mr. President, outlined an aspiration that we want for Jamaicans to sleep with their windows and doors open is still one that is in play, and it's a goal that we should all work to achieve. Mr. President, Jamaica's crime rate, particularly murder, has been of serious concern for years, and I'm not talking 7 years. We're talking at least 53 years, and I'm going to provide some statistics in my presentation that indicates this. So if one looks at our history since independence, murder has been an issue which has plagued the country. Mr. President, as legislators, policymakers, and leaders in society, it is high time that we put aside the petty speeches and resolve to take the hard decisions that will bring about a major reduction in serious crimes, including murder. For anyone to be saying that under my administration, 1,300 persons were murdered, whilst under another administration it was 1,400, to me is unproductive. It is unproductive. To be regurgitating statistics without context, without context is disingenuous. Mr. President, if we were to go there, what will Jamaicans applaud? Jamaicans, I submit, Mr. President, will applaud if we could return to the 1960s when murder was at the rate of 7 per 100,000. They will only applaud, Mr. President, if it could be stated that there was no need for a gun court act as was introduced in 1974 when murder ballooned by 400% and shooting by 1,900%. Mr. President, Jamaicans would applaud if we never ever had a Minister of National Security who had to utter the words to the effect, in spite of the efforts of the men and women of the security forces trying very hard, together with the ministry, little headway was made in cauterizing or reducing the rate of murder and shooting. As the minister then said, and I quote, in spite of those efforts, such slow headway is coming out in the statistics. So we would applaud if we never had a minister who had to say that. That is what Jamaica needs, Mr. President. Mr. President, Jamaica now needs commitment, unified effort of the state, the government, opposition, and every right-minded person to cauterize the criminality and lawlessness that is taking place and to return the country to a place where peace and order is the norm. So, President, truth be told, Jamaica needs a reset and has been in that need for a reset for decades. Over the period, there has been a rapid social change. Many in society do not see themselves as having any responsibility, nor regard for themselves, their families, their communities, nor their nation. There has been a breakdown, Mr. President, of traditional social roles, coupled with an increase in young adults prone to crime. Mr. President, the heart and minds of some have grown cold and evil, and in the search of immediate gratification, and in all cases, it's not just about money. Not just about money. And so I look at what would have occurred in St. James with the young Gabriel King, whose throat was slashed, found in his mother's vehicle. And up to today, we are unable to make a determination as to who would have killed young Gabriel King. Mr. President, I looked on a media report that came out this morning in relation to another child connected to a parliamentarian. And I want to send out my sympathies to Member of Parliament, Mr. Philip Paulwell. Mr. Paulwell and I went to law school at the same time. That wasn't about money. A situation, as we have been told by the law enforcement, wasn't about money. And you have some murders of homeless persons in Montego Bay.
120.
Mr. President, time being 1:20, I'm asking that time be extended to finish the business of the Senate.
The question is that the Senate be allowed to sit beyond 1:20 to allow the completion of the day's work. Those in favor? Against? Thank you. Sorry to have interrupted you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Montego Bay and Kingston are prime examples of what I speak. The heart of some persons in this country have grown cold and evil. Mr. President, this administration has been seeking to put measures in place in order to cauterize crime across the country. And the administration has made significant investments in the area of forensics and DNA, surveillance with an ever-increasing number of cameras, border protection, Mr. President, with the acquisition of seaworthy vessels, with the new for the Coast Guard and aircraft for border protection, new vehicles for the police, the construction of new police stations right across the length and breadth, and improvement of police stations right across the length and breadth of Granville is on its way. And you are aware of that, Senator Bunting? Yes, sir, you are. You have a word, the council down there, Councillor Troop. I'm certain he keeps you informed as to the progress that is being made in respect. Yes, but then you know how you have to go through the procurement and all of that. So don't come with that. It is going to be done. It is going to be done. It has been made already by the relevant persons. Mr. President, we have seen improvements in the witness protection program, and it was so significant that we had a Klansman trial ended recently that went over a significant period of time, and the witnesses who were participating in that program that led to the conviction of 15 persons and their ultimate sentencing were protected under the Witness Protection Program by the state. And you know, I had to say to someone the other day that I don't know of anyone, any witness under the Witness Protection Program, Mr. President, that has suffered a loss. They have not suffered a loss. When they don't go under the program, that they find themselves in issues. And we have had the introduction of new legislation and amendments to existing legislation. So we have had the BOCA legislation, amendments to the POCA. We're doing the ZOZO amendments now. We have the new Bail Act, which was passed last week. We have the new Firearms Act. And we are now debating and having a joint select on the Offences Against the Person Act, which is proposing significant sentences for persons who commit murder. And I am in full support of what is being proposed under that particular bill, which will soon be before us. Mr. President, all the above and more is being done under Plan Secure Jamaica. This plan has been described as being the most coordinated and enduring security program. It has several focal points to include strengthening national security architecture, strengthening the criminal justice system, enhancing youth and community development, protecting and securing our borders and maritime space, and increasing public support for law enforcement and public order. And it is envisioned, Mr. President, under Plan Security, that the government will be spending in excess of $176 billion over a period of 7 years under this particular plan, which is far-reaching. Mr. President, the Andrew Holness-led administration is making every effort to reverse the trend of murders. And we are also focusing on our youth that are vulnerable persons and can easily be brought into gangs. Mr. President, the Caribbean Military Institute has been established in Kingston and Montego Bay that facilitates training of our young people in a wide range of things. Mr. President, it is this administration which conceptualized and implemented the Jamaica National Services Corps to equip youths with skills and competencies to transform their lives and contribute to nation building. Mr. President, over 5,500 youths between the ages of 18 to 23 have been trained under this program since 2017. Mr. President, this administration has removed the tuition and administrative fees for programs at Heart NSTA up to level 4, equivalent to an associate degree. This will allow access to vocational training for all Jamaicans, regardless of their economic status. And Mr. President, only recently, there has been the introduction of the Learning and Internship Initiative for Transformation, called the LIFT program, which provides an internship initiative focused on 5th and 6th form graduates who have not matriculated into further studies to equip them with the skills, training, job placement in public and private sector. So this administration is focusing on our youth and to give them an opportunity for upliftment. And Mr. President, whilst we do that, and I'm making some recommendations when we're looking at this, the youth. And it has been spoken about for many, many years. And I'm recommending that the administration makes amendments to the education regulations. I was surprised to realize that a child could be out of school and after 30 days they are deregistered. How do you get to 30 days? If a child is missing from school for 3 days, somebody must be looking for that child. Mr. President, somebody within the school opportunity must realize that the child has been missing from school and to find out, because it could be for many reasons, including the potential abuse of the child within the home while the child is missing. And the intervention process needs to be done. And so I'm asking for the amendment to the Education Regulations Act to deal with that particular situation. And also, within communities, I'm also proposing that we get back to the stage where we have truancy officers. Truancy officers, Mr. President, who can also determine within communities at an early stage why these kids are on the road during school time, and to ensure that the appropriate intervention measures are taken out, steer them away from gangs, get them in school, and get them an education to improve on themselves and their families. Mr. President, this administration took a very bold step. In implementing state of emergencies which are facilitated under the Constitution of Jamaica. And wherever the state of emergency was implemented, it produced major success. Mr. President, when I look, I am from St. James. And between 2012 to 2015, the murder rate in St. James went up by 20% year after year after year, Mr. President, until it got to 340-odd persons being murdered in 2017. What? And in 1 year of the state of emergency in St. James, the murder rate was reduced to 101. 200 and odd lives were saved under the state of emergency. And if you look on South St. Andrew, in 284 days of the SOE, murder went down by 7%, shooting by 16%. In East Kingston, it was reduced by 89% murder, 91% in respect to shooting. In St. Catherine, reduced by 30% in relation to murder, 36% in relation to shooting. And there were issues that were raised, and we accept that. Issues were raised, amendments were made to the regulations, the opposition, for reasons best known to them, and in spite of those amendments, Mr. President, they continued to refuse. Mr. President, if I could just step outside our jurisdiction for a moment and to look at another country which had a very high murder rate, El Salvador. Mr. President, in 192 days, they have had zero homicides in 2023 under their SOE. Mr. President, the rate is now at 2.3% per 100,000, a reduction of 74.8% in 2023 compared to 2022. And if we were to look at it in respect to numbers now, actual murders, from 1,147 in 2021, in this year, right up to October, they are down to 113. From 1,147 murders. So, Mr. President, you know, Senator Bunting, this is the part I want you to listen to, because you spoke in your presentation. You spoke in your presentation, Senator Bunting. And you keep repeating these statistics. When you were Minister of National Security, murders were 1,200 and something, 300 and odd. Hold on, just listen up. Right? Yeah. No, that is his average that he's working on. Right. But his murder rate, so he got it at a particular figure. He got it. No, well, even if we were to look at it, I'm going to give you those figures. But what the actual figures, you got it after the state of emergency, Mr. Bunting. You got it after you. Mr. President, can you ask Mr. Bunting that he made his presentation, and it is now my time. That is what he wants to do. Well, let me say this to you, Mr. Bunting. What I find disingenuous about your approach, is that the same persons whose statistics you don't want to accept today is the same persons who are under your portfolio management as Minister of National Security. The same persons, the same person who you are saying is the Commissioner of Police, Senator Bunting, whose statistics you don't want to accept in respect to the reduction. He was in the military, and he was one of the persons, Senator Bunting, that you said in 2013 worked so hard but couldn't produce the statistics. So I don't understand. So you're this indigenous man. So Senator Bunting, just be calm, man. Just be calm. Just be calm. Just be calm. Be calm. Mr. President, the statistics have proved that after the implementation of the state of emergency in West Kingston, a state of emergency in West Kingston, which resulted in the reduction in murder, and we're talking about nationally now, which was at 61.82 per 100,000 in 2009. It went down to 41.26 per 100,000 in 2011. So that is where Senator Bunting got it. Got a murder rate that was on the decline. Listen to this now. Yeah, man, taking credit. Listen. Since that time, 2011, since that time, the rate has gradually increased to 48.31 per 100,000. In 2016, the election was in September of 2016. It was February. Regardless. But Senator Bunting, look on the figures, because that is what prompted your comment. That is what prompted your comment, which was an admission on your part as failure of Minister of National Security. There was a gradual increase that continued under your portfolio as minister. So you must look at it in the context. You must speak of the context, Senator Bunting. All right? So you got it on the decline, and you saw the gradual increase. All right? So, Mr. President, the record, the action, the activity shows that this administration is the one which will not shy away from taking bold steps to curb crime and violence and to preserve lives. And that has always been the comment of our Prime Minister, the preservation of lives of the Jamaican citizens. Mr. President, we intend to do so in a sustainable manner, and that is what we are seeking to do by the implementation of the various programs under Plan Secure Jamaica. And I wish to encourage every right-minded Jamaican to set aside the fluff and the noise and to take a keen look at the actions of the options that are before you. This administration is the one that takes those bold steps to preserve the lives of Jamaicans and to give a better quality of life and opportunity for all Jamaicans. If it so pleases you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sinclair. And before the minister closes, there is something that an observation that I wish to make, which has not been addressed by any speaker, and I take my privilege as president to make the observation. You can leave, Senator Scott Motley. It is widely accepted. It is accepted that where there is a high rate of apprehension and conviction, the crime level will fall, because persons recognize that if they commit offenses, they will be prosecuted and convicted. And I think that in this discussion, it would be remiss of all of us not to recognize the role of the Director of Public Prosecutions and the Jamaica Constabulary Force in bringing a number of high-level criminals to justice in this country recently. And it would be remiss of all of us, not to recognize specifically the work and role of Deputy Commissioner Fitzbartley, who is, Fitzbailey I said, Fitzbailey. You heard Bailey? I thought so. It would be remiss of us not to recognize the role of Deputy Commissioner Fitzbailey and his team, who are responsible for the crime and security portfolio in the Jamaica Constabulary Force, for the fantastic work that they have been doing, and they must be encouraged. And notwithstanding the howls of disapproval, the Jamaica Constabulary Force, in many of their investigations, are guided by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. So both of them must be recognized for the work that they are doing. Yes, Senator Samuda.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to thank colleagues on both sides of the aisle for the support offered to the bill before us this afternoon. A few points raised, and I think I'll hopefully have all of them addressed, so it will make committee rather smooth. I think the Joint Select Committee process served us well in this particular piece of legislation. I think the Joint Select Committee process served us well on this particular piece of legislation. Not possible for all, but certainly this one, which has particular implications and gives particular powers to the security forces, it was important, and I'm happy to have participated. Social intervention, social transformation. Jamaica makes a great deal of social investment, regardless of which definition you use for social intervention, for social investment. Education spending is contemplated as your largest social intervention, and Jamaica does use a large share of its budget in education, but we also do it through the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, through a myriad of social programs. We do it through the Ministry of Health, we do it through the Ministry of National Security. I think what has been lacking over decades has been the cohesion. I think the Social Transformation Committee, as it will now be named, Senator Scott Motley, perhaps gives us the model to ensure that in a cohesive way, even outside of ZOSOs, we make sure we get bang for the buck, we make sure we intervene in as many vulnerable people's lives and certainly in as many communities in a cohesive way that brings about the results. I had the honor and privilege of serving briefly at the Ministry of National Security about 2 years, and I did have the opportunity to look at the varying elements of particular branded social intervention programs. There are elements of the Unite for Change program that we supported. It's why they continued in the Live Good program. So different branding, but to say elements of it not funded is not quite accurate. And even during that period, if you look at the private sector's support for Unite for Change, very strong. You look at the private sector and civil society's support, both with financial support and time and expertise for Live Good, very strong. We applaud the private sector and certainly Keith Duncan for his leadership on the Project STAR initiative. I think that's an important thing. But what it does is it augments and supports existing social intervention initiatives, of which, certainly from a budget standpoint, the greatest investment in social intervention is being made now in any relative term, in US dollars, using the inflation rate, the greatest investment is being made in social intervention ever. And part of that is because of fiscal space, but the reality is social intervention has not been defunded or unfunded or removed from the activities of the Ministry of National Security or any of our ministries. In fact, there is a greater focus on ensuring, Mr. President, that there is greater coordination and cohesion in how the government works. Government bureaucracy can sometimes feel bloated and large, but we've genuinely put a lot of time, and persons who have worked within the partnership framework that the government uses to bring all stakeholders together will be familiar with this. It's why the government has focused on the establishment of this business council to bring all the elements together in its social intervention strategy. So I wouldn't want anyone listening to feel that somehow there is less funding into social intervention. A branded program came to an end. Other branded programs with other elements, some that were not included in Unite for Change and others that we didn't think were particularly productive, came into force. And I'm sure as time goes by, there will be other initiatives that come forward. The analysis of ZOSOS, and I think the point, I wish I had these stats, but we didn't have them readily, even though we're aware of the activities, Senator Scott Motley, on the effectiveness of the diversion. I've seen some reports about the statistics in terms of number of youngsters that they were able to divert with particular interventions weren't there. What is there is the education component with heart and the hope space, but that's not the totality of the diversion. So I will ask that is included in the reports which come, which doesn't require legislation to change that format, because I think that is a useful suggestion, Senator Scott Motley. There's, as you'd have seen, President, there's widespread agreement on most of the points. There were two recommendations, one from Senator Longmore and one from Senator Morris. And yes, Senator Morris did contribute, whether Hansard got it or not, to include in the social transformation committee a member with expertise in dealing with mental health issues and a member from the Disabilities Council. So we have the language and we'll go through that in space, but those two recommendations have been accepted. There are 3 points that did give me, however, a little, that did give me some concern. There's no, despite the nomenclature, there is no parsimonious use of resources in the declaration of ZOSOS or in the investment being made in national security. In fact, those who have had the opportunity to serve, or certainly I think, well, everybody would have been here in 2021 for the most part, when I would have done my State of the Nation debate, the reality is as a percentage of our budget, as opposed to looking at absolute numbers, of the money that was put into national security, recognizing the significant issues that we face. At no point did your budget at MNS pass 2.6% of total budget in terms of capital investment in security. In 2020 to 21 financial year, that contribution to the capital budget of security at that time had reached 4.8%, recognizing that even then it still needed to go higher to fix the capacity issues of both the National Security Ministry and its agencies, being the JDF, JCF, DCS, etc. So we are already increasing the investment into national security as a percentage of the whole, not just looking at absolute numbers. So there's a greater commitment from the budget we have into that space, and I think that has to be acknowledged. There is also something that tells you that absolutely, that I found it incredible sometimes, and you know, it's not that it's a crutch in any discussion or any debate, but we can't wipe out the trauma and the impact, the financial impact of the COVID epidemic between March 2020 and the non-clinical measures as well as the clinical measures and what those would have cost us. The fact is, Mr. President, sometimes we forget that added in 1 year a $40 billion bill to the cost of healthcare and the social cash transfers to ensure that those who were made redundant got space. Now, that didn't come from borrowing. It came from a reallocation in that space. So when one looks and says, well, why didn't we have more ZOSAs? Well, there are 40 billion reasons why we have not been able to declare more. Because when you look at the reports that come from the ZOSAs, one understands that they're extremely expensive because you have legislated spending before a BQ comes in. Now, it's for good reason. So when you say you're going to have to do an assessment and one of the things you're removing is zinc fence, before you declare that ZOSO, you can't go to the BQ because the first principle that the ZOSO legislation and policy is built on is the fact that you have to clear, then you hold, then you build. So you commit yourself to spending under this legislation before having the exact numbers. Now, we do have some experience in implementing these in communities from urban-rural spaces, from deep urban, and from some more rural spaces. So we have an idea of what that looks like now. So you're better able to plan for significant increase and expansion of the ZOSA program, seeing the impact on the reduction in murders. But to give the impact that it was parsimonious, I mean, is unfortunate, and I think that should be understood by the public in terms of where we are and why that is not so. The other point that I would make is related to SOEs as opposed to ZOSAs. And as I said, they cannot be used interchangeably. But having worked at the Ministry of National Security, having met with not just the heads of security agencies, but when you get to tour and you get to speak to the corporal, when you get to speak to those who are providing administrative support services to the joint force, and you see their experience, they will tell you, for those who worked in ZOSAs, where there were declarations of SOEs in a broader area around them, it significantly helped the security operations of it. So in essence, they function in a complementary manner. It is not that they're the same thing, and oftentimes in the national discussion, they're confused, and that may point to a public education gap. But we cannot say that when SOEs were used, you did not have precipitous falls in murder and all crime generally. We cannot say that when we look back, because Senator Bunting is a friend of statistics or likes to quote statistics, that in 2015, the largest murder count in the country, over 200 murders, took place in St. James, and it had been increasing for year on year on year. We cannot say that it did peak at 300 in 2017, and post the declaration of a state of emergency, even after ZOSA was in place, that is when you got the over 70% reduction in murders in St. James. So we should not diminish their impact, because statistics are not on the side of that diminished impact or that stated diminished impact. The other point I would make in support of a point raised by Senator Bunting and then responded to by Senator Sinclair. Just to note, when the question was asked in sort of voce comments, how did we get here? It was a response. So though Senator Sinclair may have been theatrical, it was in response to Senator Bunting's comment. Just to note statistics, because you allow
Senator Sinclair is asking you to use the word. Senator Sinclair is asking you to use the word forceful, not
forceful and expressive, Mr. President. So I ask that Hansard notes that I've referred to it as forceful and committed. But we need to look at, because we use words in our national security debates very loosely. We use safety. We use crime very loosely. And if we were being faithful to the standing orders, there would be many more points of order or points of clarification, etc. Because when you have the discussion and you start and you say, well, crime is up, people will say that in debates, both here and in the lower house, and when you look at the statistics, taking year over year from 2016, that is simply not the case. If you look at the 4-year period, right, of 2012 to 2015, the 4 full years that Senator Bunting would have been there, you would have had an average annually of 9,311 incidents of crime. But I didn't interrupt you. And I know you wouldn't do otherwise. I know you would. No, well, you know, the good thing about leading the debate is that I have the right to go where I'm going, and I am. The reality is the average number of reported crimes across serious and violent crimes and acquisitory crimes was 9,311 crimes per year when Senator Bunting was then Minister Bunting. The 4 years immediately after, using the same categories of crime, the same reporting mechanisms, in fact, investments in making reporting easier, the number of crimes reported on average every year in the 4 years immediately after was 6,286, a reduction in average reported crimes of 32% per year. So, an argument cannot be made that there was an increase in crime. As you did use it interchangeably, and it happens when people are debating. You did mention it. And we can ask for the record. No, but we can ask for the record. No problem, we can ask for the record. No, well, but I have no problem making a clarification if you didn't. But that's what I heard. So if I'm wrong, I have no issue making a clarification. But beyond that, when one looks at the current reduction in crime over last year and looks at the years outside of the 4-year block, because we wanted to compare a 4-year block with a 4-year block. So you look 2020 now to 2023. There is a further reduction on that 32% reduction of 13%. 13%. So crime continues to go down year over year. Now, mention has been made of murder. The reality is, this administration hasn't broken the back of murder, but I will touch on the things that we're doing to do so. We haven't broken the back of the murder rate. And no one has since 1997 either. But I will come to that in a second. But the reality, even though there has not been a reduction in the murder rate or the absolute number of murders during that period, there have been notable reductions because of investments and policy change and legislative change in other areas, Mr. President. The reality is that robbery, what was the average in robbery during the period that Mr. Bunting was there? 2,408 a year. So, in the 4 years after, robbery went down to 1,256, almost halving the rate. So less people were robbed after Minister Bunting wasn't there. Break-ins, 2,528 was the average number of break-ins during Minister Bunting's 4 years per year. That, in the 4 years after, went down to 1,237, almost half, Mr. President. Larcenies, 520 per year during the 2012 to 2015 period. Went down to 156 per year, Mr. President. Assault, 762 per year during a public order issue, by any definition. 762 per year. 418 post the Minister Bunting era. Rape, 796. 796 per year, per average. 530 per year now, and trending to be less than 400 this year based on the daily reported incidents. So the reality is, Mr. President, is that there is a significant reduction in total crime. There is not yet a significant reduction in murder and shootings in the way that we would want, despite having that this year in total average. So we have more work to do. It is why this legislation is so important. It is why our investment in ZOSAS has not been parsimonious and will increase significantly in budgets to come. And I'd like to remind colleagues that the interventions are not just in capital infrastructure. The interventions in capital infrastructure are important. We have built up the intelligence, we've built up the fleet, we've built up the army. But we've also looked at our suite of legislation, Mr. President. This is a policy success by any metric. You have reduced murder, reduced shooting, reduced acquisitory crimes in an area when it is put forward. But I'd like to just remind colleagues, because some of us have been here certainly since 2016 in this chamber, so persons should recall the legislation that we've all worked on collectively. One, we passed the Maritime Drug Trafficking Suppression Amendment Act 2016. We amended the Proceeds of Crime Act in 2016. We passed the ZOSO legislation in 2017. In 2018, this Senate passed the Child Diversion Act, the Criminal Justice Administration Amendment Act, the MOCA Act, bringing MOCA from being a department to an agency, the Trafficking in Persons Prevention, Suppression and Punishment Amendment Act. In 2019, we did the temporary amendment to the Noise Abatement Act and indeed the Proceeds of Crime. In 2021, we did the Corrections Amendment Act, the Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organizations Amendment Act, the Emergency Powers Amendment Act, the Trafficking in Persons Amendment Act. In 2022, a landmark legislation targeting an issue which the memorandum of this act says is a critical problem, which is the Firearms Amendment Act, Mr. President. In 2023, we have now done the amendment to the ZOSO. Or rather, we'll almost have completed that. To come, because it is known that the suite of legislation and policy framework is not yet complete. There is more to come. But sufficient has been done for persons to have confidence in the work, in the investment program, and in the legislative agenda of the Andrew Holness-led administration to make all Jamaicans safer. Mr. President, one Jamaican murder is one too many. We will continue to invest at unprecedented rates. We will continue to make sure our legislative framework is fit for purpose, and we will not resile from our duties. We will not retreat. There will be more ZOSOs, but there will also be greater focus on ensuring Jamaicans are indeed safe. I thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the bill be read a second time.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Samuda. The question is that the bill be read for a second time. Those in favor? Against? Madam Clerk?
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act, read a second time.
Thank you. The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. Minister Samuda, could you just give me an indication as to where it is that you intend to make the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, so we had the recommendations and they were related to the first schedule, point 2, clause 2. So,
okay, so it's the first schedule.
So if we could, if there's no objection, we could take en bloc.
Yeah, well,
to that point.
Yes, what I would do is put clauses 1 and 2. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? So we're at the first schedule.
So,
or the schedule.
All right. Sorry, 1 second, Chairman. So, Mr. President, the amendment or the proposed amendment to the first schedule reads as follows. The schedule to the bill is amended in the second column in relation to the first schedule to the Principal Act.
Take your time, take your time. Come again
Sorry?
now. Take your time.
No problem.
Come again.
The schedule to the bill is amended in the second column in relation to the first schedule to the Principal Act by deleting paragraph 2 and substituting, therefore, the following. 2, in paragraph 1, renumber subparagraphs T and U as subparagraphs X and Y, and insert the following as subparagraphs T.
Senator Samuda, we're writing, you know.
I can send you the text as well, if that would
send it to yeah, you have to do that, because the clerk has to make a note of it.
Sure, I will send it to her phone and to yours as well, which may make it a little easier, if that. So I've sent to your phones, both to the clerk and yourself, Mr. President, and I believe Senator Scott Motley and Fraser Binns also has it, and I've shared with Senator Longmore since it was her suggestion as well, President. So perhaps, if you don't mind, I could restart it.
You're starting here. The schedule of the bill is amendment and continue. Please continue.
The schedule to the bill is amended in the second column in relation to the first schedule to the Principal Act by deleting paragraph 2 and substituting therefore the following. 2. In paragraph 1, renumber subparagraphs T and U as subparagraphs X and Y, and insert the following subparagraphs T, U, V, and W, dash, as T, a representative of the Child Protection and Family Services Agency, U, a member of the Joint Force trained in sensitivity to matters relating to gender-based violence, V, a mental health professional, and W, a representative of the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities. That is the proposed amendment, Mr. President.
Members would have heard the proposed amendment. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? The ayes have it. I put the schedule as amended. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with one amendment. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against?
Mr. President, I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
No, hold on a little bit.
Sorry.
What is unparliamentary? Hold on a little bit.
Mr. President, I
You'll
now
be surprised to know what editing can do.
Mr. President, I now ask again that the bill be read for a third time.
You see, you are very premature, you know.
Well,
the mace having returned to the rack, I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with one amendment. Yes, Minister?
I do ask for the third time, Mr. President, that the bill be read a third time.
The Minister is asking for the third time that the bill be read a third time. Those in favor? The question is that the bill be read for a third time, and you said aye. Madam Clerk?
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act, read a third time and passed.
Following consultations with both Senator Hill and Bunting, and of course the clerk, the Senate will now rise for half an hour to allow members of the Senate and the staff to refresh themselves. The Senate now rises.
The Heroes Day concert is on PBCJ. National Heroes Day, this Monday, October 16, 5 p.m. Join us and be entertained by Warrior King.
I never go where the pagans go.
Dwayne Stevenson.
Oh, from a little cottage in the green.
Leroy Sibley's.
We're having a party tonight. Party. Yes.
And Gramps Morgan.
I heard up there the streets are made of gold.
Backed by Lloyd Parks and We the People Band. right here on PBCJ. Hallelujah! The National Heritage Week Church Service. Sunday, October 15, 10 a.m. from Bethel Temple Apostolic Church, Maypen, live on PBCJ. Giving thanks and praise for a proud heritage, resilient and strong.
It's Friday, October 13. In the headlines, 120 Jamaicans to be honored on Heroes Day, Monday, October 16. It's open day for one of Jamaica's most renowned entity, the Bureau of Standards. In business news, JMMB Group to launch cross-border service. Regionally, in Barbados, that country says there is a need for culture safety. Internationally, students rally in protest across the United States. And in sports, Guyana's Kimo Paul will miss the upcoming CG United Super 50 Cup. In entertainment news, it's all about the celebration of heritage and culture. This is the Weekend News on PBC Jamaica. I'm Simone Absalom Gale. Jamaica will be celebrating National Heroes Day, Monday, October 16. The celebration first started in 1969 in honor of the great individuals who fought for our freedom and liberty. This year, 120 persons will be recognized at the 2023 National Honors and Awards Ceremony, which will be held on the lawns of King's House, beginning at 9 a.m. During the ceremony, 5 outstanding Jamaicans will be conferred the Order of Jamaica, OJ, the country's 4th highest honor for service to the nation in various fields. The OJ recipients are Anglican Archbishop of the West Indies, His Grace the Most Reverend Dr. Howard Gregory, for service to religion. Marcia Lyneth Griffiths, CD, for sterling contribution to reggae music locally and internationally. Audley Shaw, CD, MP, for sterling contribution to political administration in Jamaica. Charles Henry Johnston, CD, for outstanding contribution to Jamaica's shipping and logistics industry. And Paul Barnaby Scott, CD, for exceptional contribution to the business industry, investment and philanthropy in Jamaica and the Caribbean. 27 persons will be conferred the Order of Distinction in the rank of Commander. 36 will receive the Order of Distinction in the rank of Officer. 2 civilians will receive the Badge of Honor for Gallantry. And 28 will be conferred with the Badge of Honor for Meritorious Service. 29 will receive the Badge of Honor for Long and Faithful Service. The National Honors and Awards Ceremony will be preceded by Salute to the Heroes, the laying of floral tributes to officials of state and government at the monuments, honoring the 7 national heroes at the National Heroes Park in Kingston. You can watch the proceedings live on PBCJ and on our social media platforms starting at 8 a.m. Jamaicans are invited to the Bureau of Standards Open House at their offices located at 6 Winchester Road in Kingston. The Bureau of Standards is a statutory body established to promote standardization in relation to commodities, processes and practices, as well as certification, testing and calibration. Attendants will hear and see the various areas of service that the BSJ provides. Communication and Customer Service Manager Maxine Fagan says her team is prepared to host the various groups as well as those who will join online and on radio.
So we have sent out invitations to schools, we have some tertiary institutions, we have high schools. So those individuals will be coming into the laboratories, touring the laboratories. We'll be having presentations from our technical experts here as part of that open house event. We will be having giveaways, we'll be having presentations, the tours, I mentioned that, And a part of that open day event, we will be having a live Radio Outside broadcast. So RJ 94 FM, 2 Live crew, they will be on location here. We have some partners that are going to be celebrating World Standards Day with us.
She says entrepreneurs will find the event helpful as they will be able to learn how they can benefit from the services provided, like product testing and more.
We have the library here, we have our client services program, because persons may think of the Bureau just about in relation to the testing services, perhaps more so, but I can tell you this, we have a training arm. We provide training courses to industry. We have the library, so if it is that you have a particular interest in a business venture and you perhaps are aware of a particular standard, you may not understand it or it may seem a little bit intimidating. We have our team members who are willing to sit with you, to walk you through it, and you may view any standard that you desire free of cost in our library here at the BSJ.
Friday's open house is being held as part of commemoration activities leading up to the World Standards Day 2023 on Saturday, October 14. It's being celebrated under the theme Shared Vision for a Better World, incorporating SDG 3. Make haste and recycle your waste. That's the theme for the Electronic Waste Exposition being held by the National Solid Waste Management Authority, the NSWMA, on Saturday, October 14. The e-waste exposition will be held at its head office located at 61 Halfway Tree Road, St. Andrew, starting at 10 a.m. Executive Director of the NSWMA, Audley Gordon, shared some information about the event at a recent JIS think tank.
And we will be appealing to people, as we have been doing since the start of the year, especially. We have set up our offices around the country. We have put in place measures where e-waste can be handled and stored temporarily until our trucks will go for them. And we're appealing to people on the 14th to come down to our offices on Halfway Tree Road, come and learn a little about this dangerous substance and this danger to the society, to the environment. And also, if you have e-waste that you want to discard, that's a good day to take it down also.
E-waste refers to any equipment with plugs, cords, and electronic components that are at the end of their useful life. These include mobile phones, personal computers, peripherals such as printers and keyboards, televisions, and associated cabling. The expo is being held in commemoration of International E-Waste Day, a yearly awareness-raising event initiated by the Waste, Electrical and Electronic Equipment Forum and its members. It aims to highlight the growing issue of electronic waste and promote responsible e-waste management.
It is important to note that while we enjoy these gadgets, whether it be the circuit board, the switches, the batteries, they are laden with hazardous material, especially that nice pic that you see on the screen. There is a tube in there, and there's something called cathode ray tube. That's cathode, C-A-T-H-O-D-E, cathode ray. It's very hazardous if that tube is broken.
The NSWMA is responsible for the management of solid waste in Jamaica. The agency's mandate is to safeguard public health and ensure that waste is collected, stored, transported, recycled, and reused or disposed of in an environmentally sound manner. In the extended business report with Danita Rodney, we'll hear about the launch of JMMB's cross-border service, plus your usual market updates and more. Over to you, Danita.
Welcome to the Business Report. I'm Danita Rodney. In this week's report, JMMB Group is planning to launch a cross-border service for faster and more cost-effective international payments through its remittance arm. The aim of the new service is to address the needs of small and medium-sized businesses engaged in cross-border trade. The reveal was made by the group's CEO, Keith Duncan, during the company's annual general meeting held last week.
Now, everybody understands the pain points that we face in doing a wire. Small businesses, they don't know if the wire gone, if it reached, if it not reached yet, they don't know. And therefore, in partnership, we have been able to build out a new product, and it's our cross-border service.
According to Mr. Duncan, the new service will allow for businesses to track international transfer within a day at a reasonable cost.
Under a day, because I know we can do it in an hour, but you can track, and that payment will be in the international beneficiary account that you are trying to hit, at a fraction of the cost of what wires cost us nowadays. We don't settle fully on the pricing yet, but we know that this is going to be a product that is going to be very beneficial and a winner for small businesses as they continuously trade.
Mr. Duncan continued to express his confidence in the new product by calling it a winner.
If we can effect cross-border payments in a more efficient manner than they're done right now at a cheaper cost, faster, then we know we have a winner.
Jamaica is getting a boost in climate resilience financing. On Wednesday, it was announced that the government will collaborate with the Inter-American Development Bank, Green Climate Fund, United Kingdom, and the European Investment Bank. Minister of Finance and the Public Service Nigel Clark explained how the funds would be used to enhance mitigation and adaptation efforts.
This includes an innovative project preparation facility that will be funded by our multilateral and bilateral partners and will provide the resources that can allow us to develop at a faster clip large infrastructure projects that can improve the delivery of public services in Jamaica. The second component is a domestic green financing facility, which we are calling the Jamaica Green Financing Facility, that domesticates the process for accessing financing for climate resilient and climate smart infrastructure and similar investments.
Now for your market updates. In foreign exchange trading for Thursday, October 12, the US dollar sold for an average of $156.14. The Canadian dollar ended trading at $115.02. The pound sterling traded for $190.93, and the euro sold for $165.52. In JSE trading, the JSE index advanced by over 2,691 points. The junior market index advanced by over 19 points. The combined market index advanced by over 2,694 points. And the All Jamaican Composite Index advanced by over 2,102 points. Overall market activity resulted from trading in 100 stocks, of which 46 advanced, 39 declined, and 15 traded firm. Stocks advanced for 138 Student Living Jamaica Limited Verbal Preference, Access Financial Services Limited, and AMG Packaging and Paper Company Limited. Stocks declined for Barita Investments Limited, Berger Paints Jamaica Limited, and Caribbean Insurance Brokers Limited. Trading firm were 138 Student Living Jamaica Limited, Caribbean Producers Jamaica Limited, and Darimon Trading Company Limited. The overall volume leaders were JMMB Group 7.25% preference shares with over 20 million units, Wigton Wind Farm Limited ordinary shares with over 4 million units, and Trans-Jamaican Highway Limited with over 1 million units. In regional stocks, in Trinidad and Tobago, the mutual fund market did not record any activity. On the Barbados Stock Exchange, First Caribbean International Bank was the volume leader with 160 shares. They were followed by Epic Caribbean Property Fund, Value Fund, and Emera Deposit Receipt, which traded 95 and 10 shares respectively. In regional business, there is another electronic money provider authorized to operate in Trinidad and Tobago. More in this report.
Digicel has been awarded a provisional registration by the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago to issue electronic money domestically through MyCash. On the Central Bank's website, it was confirmed that MyCash had been granted permission to issue e-money in this country from October 2nd, 2023. MyCash is a limited liability company incorporated on May 8, 2023 in Trinidad and Tobago by Digicel as a separate legal entity to manage its e-money issuer business. The provisional registration allows MyCash to provide digital currency for a 6-month period initially. MyCash is now the 4th e-money issuer not connected to a local bank, registered by the central bank following Paywise, TSTT's Paper, and Pesh Money.
In international business, Wall Street's main indexes closed lower after a U.S. Treasury auction sent bond yields higher, while investors were already digesting data that showed consumer prices rose more than expected in September.
The Dow dropped 0.5%, while the S&P 500 and NASDAQ slid about 0.6 each. U.S. 10-year yields hit a session high above 4.7% after a U.S. Treasury auction. Will Rhine, CEO of ETF company Granite Shares, said he is paying close attention to the moves.
Clearly, what has sort of stalled the stock market rally, at least over the last few weeks, has been rising yields. And I think that rising yields has been something that clearly is, first and foremost or front and center of investors' minds, given that, the interest rate hikes that we've seen, have been very high. But obviously, the higher that rates go from here, the more chance there is of something breaking in the system and a recession or something deeper happening.
A surprise jump in rental costs pushed consumer prices higher last month, while the annual increase in the core figure, which excludes volatile food and energy components, was the smallest in 2 years. Traders now see a stronger chance the Fed might end up delivering another interest rate hike this year after looking at Thursday's data. Stocks on the move included Fastenal. Shares of the industrial supplies company rose nearly 8% after it topped earnings expectations. And shares of Ford lost 2% after the United Auto Workers Union expanded its strike at the company's biggest and most profitable factory. The focus shifts to earnings Friday as big banks, including JP Morgan Chase and Wells Fargo, report quarterly results before the opening bell.
In market data for oil prices leapt $3 after the U.S. tightened its sanctions program against Russian crude exports, raising supply concerns in an already tight market, with global inventory forecast to decline through the fourth quarter. Brent futures rose $2.88 to $88.88, and West Texas Intermediate crude gained $2.91 to $85.82 a barrel. And that was the business report on PBCJ. I'm Danita Rodney. Back to you, Simone.
Thanks, Danita. In regional news, in Barbados, a top emergency management official is stressing the importance of training and volunteers in the process of disaster preparedness mitigation. Word of this from the Director of Department of Emergency Management, Kerry Hines. She says it is incumbent that all Barbadians know the business of disaster management to foster a culture of safety.
Disaster management is not just the business of the Department of Emergency Management or the Ministry of Education or the police service, but really it is the business of all of us. All of us live and operate in this 166 square miles, and it is important that we protect our investment, protect our people, and engender a culture of safety.
This shelter and shelter management training initiative for civil society organizations has been an instrumental part of our program that we've been delivering over the years. And having done this particular component of the customized training this year with the able skills and knowledge of our instructors has lent itself to seeing how we can be in a better position to respond when shelters are activated.
Guyana is on the brink of surpassing its local demand for ginger, as a whopping 3 million pounds will be produced by the end of this year. More in this report.
This was announced by President Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali as Guyana continues along the road to becoming a net exporter of food in the region.
By the end of this year, I'm told, just one project we're going after will produce close to 3 million pounds ginger, in excess of our national demand.
The sum of $153 million was allocated this year to enhance the processing capabilities at Hosororo, Parika, and along the Swiss Dyke-Linden Highway, aimed at increasing ginger and turmeric production. In the first half of this year, 965 farmers were provided with the planting materials to support cultivation of these crops. Additionally, President Ali said by 2025, Guyana would be producing corn and soybeans to meet local demands, and by 2027, it would be exporting these commodities.
In international news, rallies have been held at college campuses around the United States in support of Palestinians. The largest protests were in New York, where students at 3 universities held demonstrations. And more protests are expected on Friday. More from Al Jazeera.
College campuses in New York turned into places of protest, many supporting the Palestinians, frustrated with what they say is one-sided U.S. media coverage of the conflict.
I believe that the U.S. and the media has been very much on Israel's side without realizing that Palestinians have been going through suffering for 75 plus years at the hands of Israelis.
At Columbia University, hundreds gathered to chant in support of Gaza, while others voiced support for Israel.
I'm Jewish, I'm Israeli, my mother's Israeli, I have family there, and honestly, we're in pain. Our community was attacked.
But only Columbia students with IDs could enter the campus to attend the rally. Others were turned away. Police say it was out of safety concerns. Outside campus, where others gathered, some said Israel's response to the Hamas attack was too much.
What was done in Israel and the killing of all those innocent families and children, the taking of hostages, it was terrible. But the response is even worse. Going into Gaza and starving the people, shutting off electricity, of food, of water. I mean, killing. The killing is going to go on, and we in this country are paying for it.
For many of the people we spoke to, the issue was not just about Palestinian suffering, but also about justice.
You cannot expect people who have been oppressed for 75 years to sit down in their rooms, write poetry, write books, novels, and not fight back. That's the truth. Everywhere injustice happens, there's a problem. You know, you can't stand on one side and see what's wrong on both sides and just stand by one side.
On college campuses in New York and across America, where protest has become the way to show solidarity and call for peace. Gabriel Elizondo, Al Jazeera, New York.
Israel and the White House is condemning remarks by Donald Trump in which he praised the militant group Hezbollah and criticized Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu over an attack by Hamas militants that killed more than 1,300 people in Israel.
As the war between Israel and Hamas militants continues, Israel's government and the White House are condemning comments by former US President Donald Trump over the crisis. That includes criticism of Trump's once close ally, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, saying the leader wasn't prepared to handle the Hamas massacres in Israel.
Just remember how much safer the world was under the Trump administration.
And Trump praised Lebanon's Hezbollah group, which has since attacked Israel from the north.
You know, Hezbollah is very smart. They're all very smart. The press doesn't like when they say it.
Hezbollah is backed by Israel's arch-enemy, Iran. Israel's communications minister has said the comments are shameful, hurts Israel's morale and war effort, and that it shows Trump can't be relied on. The White House is calling what Trump said dangerous and unhinged, and that this is a time to stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel. Several Republican challengers for the presidency have also condemned it, including Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who called it absurd. Trump made his comments at a campaign rally in Florida. He also went further, claiming that Netanyahu decided at the last minute not to participate in Trump's order to assassinate Iranian General Qasem Soleimani 3 years ago.
In sports, Guyana's Harpy Eagles head coach Ryan Hercules said the services of all-rounder Kimo Paul will be missed in the upcoming CG United Super 50 Cup. The regional tournament will be played from October 17 to November 11 in Trinidad. And Paul will play no part, having not fully recovered from an injury he suffered during the Caribbean Premier League. Hercules, in an exclusive interview with Newsroom Sport, explained that with a view to his long-term development, Paul was not rushed back into the Guyana setup.
Injuries continue to be a concern for Kimo Paul. Got that injury when he was starting to peak really in the CPL, and he will miss the Super 50. How big a loss is that for the Harpy Eagles?
Yeah, I mean, we know what Kimo can bring to a side on the field, even off the field in the dressing room, his energy, his motivation as well. So yes, we are going to miss Kimo Paul. We know he was with us for the 4-day for just, I think, one game. And even for him playing one game, it was such a big impact, helping us to win that 4-day title. So I'd rather him make sure he gets rest and recover well, because for me, I'm thinking long term. I don't want to just push him to play 4 or 5 games for us, and then it'll cost him something more in the back end. So for me, yes, we're going to miss him, but I think we still have a good side that could go out there and play competitive cricket. And, just wish him all the best in his recovery, and make sure he get all the times he needs to, to come back into cricket when we need him.
The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force men will begin their CG United Regional Super 50 campaign against the combined campuses and colleges at Queen's Park Oval in St. Clair. TTT Sports has more.
The team has been in training at the National Cricket Centre, where all aspects of their game have been worked on. Head coach David Furlong says selecting a final squad is the most difficult process, but is satisfied with the team thus far.
It's a difficult choice to leave out some players, but in the end the selectors thought that, this is the best combination of players we need, going forward to do well in the tournament.
The Regional Super 50 will be played in its entirety in Trinidad between October 17th and November 11th, 2023.
This week, Jamaica celebrates its heritage, one of the most crucial parts of our identity as Jamaicans. Heritage celebrations help to preserve this identity and our culture, which sets us apart from all other countries. National Heritage Week is observed annually during the week leading up to the third Monday in October, National Heroes Day. In celebration of the country's rich heritage, here is a young poet from Merle Grove High School showcasing Jamaican heritage in the arts.
Malika Island by Mia McLeod. I love Malika Island, Jamaica, the people, the music and the culture. No way, no better than Jamaica. I love Malika Island, Jamaica. Breakfast time and stamp and go. When dinner time come, I run the curry goat with the rice and peas and the nice pork. When such a day come, I run the curry goat. I love Malika Island, Jamaica, the people, the music and the culture. No way, no better than Jamaica. I love Malika Island, Jamaica. I love Malika Island, Jamaica.
We're not done yet. Here's a look at how other schools celebrate Jamaica's heritage.
I feel we culture this. I feel we culture. I feel we culture this. It's in the food we eat and the way we greet. I feel we culture. Daddy Marcus, Daddy Marcus, Daddy Marcus, Daddy Marcus, Daddy Marcus. In Jamaica today, we learn of a very great hero. Why in the parish of St. Daddy Marcus, Daddy Marcus.
Jamaican culture can be so educational and so entertaining. Well, that's it for the news on PBCJ. You can follow us on our social media platforms at PBC Jamaica. Thank you so much for watching.
This is the Aedes aegypti mosquito that spreads the Zika, chikungunya, and dengue viruses. Search for its breeding sites and destroy them.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Born in Stony Gut, St. Thomas in the 1820s, he suffered as a slave. He toiled in the hot sun working and praying for the day he could say, "Yes, freedom come." And when that day came, the day he was free, the plan of becoming fully independent was his next feat. One he accomplished, small farmer, then landowner, to being one of 106 persons on the voters list. He was well on his way. So much so, he became a Baptist deacon in the village, a true Jamaican activist, angered by the injustices and oppression faced by the people in St. Thomas by one Governor Edward Eyre. So, he gathered his people and marched onward they did, left, right, on October 11, 1865, the day of the Morant Bay Rebellion. Over 500 people died, but not in vain. That special day spurred changes in the social and economic conditions of people not only in St. Thomas, but the entire Jamaica. The Right Excellent Paul Bogle, the man who lived and died for his people on October 24, 1865. A man of honor, a man of truth, our national hero.
National Heritage Week Church Service. Sunday, October 15, 10 a.m. from Bethel Temple Apostolic Church, Maypen, live on PBCJ. Giving thanks and praise for a proud heritage, resilient and strong.
You know, dog a sweat, but long hair cover it. But not everybody need to know when you are going through your hard times, you know. You can dress up, have fun, and carry on with life even though all is not well in your life. You see me here? Dog a sweat, but long hair cover it.
The Heroes Day concert is on PBCJ. National Heroes Day this Monday, October 16, 5 p.m. Join us and be entertained by Warrior King.
I never go where the pagans go.
Dwayne Stevenson.
Oh, from a little cottage in the green.
Leroy Sibley's.
We're having a party tonight. Party.
Yes. And Gramps Morgan.
I've heard up there the streets are made of gold.
Yeah. Backed by Lloyd Parks and We the People Band. Right here on PBCJ.
Hi everyone, by now you would have heard the great news.
Jamaica's unemployment rate is 4.5%. That's the lowest unemployment rate in the history of Jamaica. We are now close to full employment. As Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation, this is the best news that our economy can have. It means that our economy continues to expand, but what it really means is that more Jamaicans have income. It means that more Jamaican families can do much better than they were doing before. We are building Jamaica.
Brethren, the road signs make the traffic environment safe. The green light means go. Red means stop. Amber also means stop. Yeah man, it don't mean you must speed up. And get this, even if the light's on green, when the traffic is thick, don't bother move off and block the intersection. And please, don't stop on a pedestrian crossing. Look out for children, the disabled and the elderly. Follow the signs so they all can arrive alive. Be a good road user. Obey the road signs and look out for each other.
Mr. President. Certainly lunch must have been good. Mr. President, today it is our intention to continue the State of the Nation debate with contribution from Senator Dr. Floyd Morris, who will be our only speaker today.
Thank you very much, Minister. Senator Dr. Floyd Morris.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank all the members for their support. Mr. President, I rise to make my contribution to the State of the Nation debate, and in doing so, Mr. President, I want to thank my God for His continued guidance and protection, and His continued coverage over my life. And I also want to thank the leader of the opposition, Mr. Mark Golding, for the confidence that he has reposed in me in having me being a member of this august chamber. I want to thank all the members of the Senate, especially my colleagues on this side, for the encouragement and support that they have given to me. I thank the staff of the Parliament, and I want to also, Mr. President, acknowledge my dear wife, Shelley-Ann, who continues to be a rock and a strong tower in my life. And everywhere I go, Mr. President, when I dress, individuals say to me, "Boy, what a way your wife fix you up nice today." And so, Mr. President, I have to acknowledge and accept even when she has nothing to do. But, you know, she has been a tremendous find for me. And she is a part of the blessings that God has bestowed upon me. Mr. President, I have decided to caption my presentation this year, Time Come for a New Social Direction. And I do so, Mr. President, because as I look across the state of the nation, we see some worrying trends and some very concerning situations that's affecting our nation. When we see and hear of students engaging in a fight because another student stepped on their clerks, and that has triggered serious acrimony to the point where one is beaten to the point of hospitalization. When we see individuals, Mr. President, going to schools, selling children sweets laced with illegal substance, it is concerning in a nation. When we see, Mr. President, individuals selling in public spaces and dealing with food and defecating within the presence of where the food is being prepared, you know that we have a serious social crisis. And we need to make sure, Mr. President, that these things are corrected. And I've often asked myself, why is this so? And I have posited various reasons in my head and amongst my peers as to why this is so. And I have come to one conclusion. A lot of this is happening because our people are not happy. Our people are not happy. And our people are not happy because we have failed to put in place the necessary social infrastructure to facilitate their growth and development over the years. We have failed. And I do so in terms of my conclusion, Mr. President, having traveled all across the world and see how some real developed countries treat their social infrastructure for their citizens. You know, Senator Bunting, I was in a community in Switzerland. We went to the laundromat, and whilst we were returning home, my wife said, you know what is here? This is a hopscotch. I said, hopscotch in Switzerland? This is a Jamaican thing. But what they do is that they draw, they have certain sections of the road that they lock off from time to time and reserve it for play areas for their children and for their young people. And the hopscotch was there printed in the road. And so, you know, I tried a little thing or two. But the point that I'm making is that at every step of their society, they make provision to facilitate the happiness of their citizens. And in so doing, you don't find the sort of antisocial behavior that we are experiencing in Jamaica today. And I'm going to put forward some suggestions as I go along, Mr. President, on some issues that we need to deal with in order to correct the disappointments of the Jamaican people and to make the people more happy. Because as government, our intention at all times in a democratic society must be to make our people more satisfied and to respond to the needs of these individuals. But before I do so, Mr. President, you know, I have to correct some errors or two that my good friend, Minister Hill, made in his presentation last week. Because Minister Hill, in his presentation, presented a view as if the current gains of the government in terms of the debt to GDP ratio started in 2016. That is the impression I got. So, Mr. President, as I listened to the presentation, I was forced to look back at the historical trajectory of how we got to where we are today. And I cannot but recall, Mr. President, that we had a major financial crisis in the mid-2000s, in 2008 thereabout. No fault of the government of Jamaica because it's an international crisis. And the government was forced to go to the IMF. And we've re-engaged in a borrowing relationship with the IMF in 2009, having terminated that borrowing relationship in 1995. But by the time we reach 2011, that IMF agreement ended up in serious problems. So much so that the IMF tests, we weren't taking any IMF tests, and we had failed consecutive tests and placed the country in a precarious position. As a matter of fact, when I looked at the various articles in the newspapers at the time, it pointed out that Jamaica was on an economic precipice. And that was what confronted the incoming PNP administration in 2012. And so when the new Minister of Finance went to Washington to negotiate the re-engagement with the IMF, a lot of people there were saying, let Jamaica fail and suffer the consequences of their action because they had abandoned the IMF program prior. And if it wasn't the political goodwill that existed globally for Portia Simpson Miller, we would not end up with an agreement with the IMF. And remember that the mounting problem that we were faced with at the time was a debt to the GDP ratio of 147%, and a situation where 80% of every dollar was being used to pay debt. Was being used to pay debt. I want to invite you to school one day to sit at the feet of Gamaliel and learn some things. All right? I'm going to invite you to school one day, and then you will understand some more about the politics. All right? So, Mr. President, from then, we had an IMF agreement that required that we stick strictly to financial prudence, and we were committed to that. And by the time we left office in 2016, we were well on our way in terms of reducing the debt to GDP ratio, and that continued with the present administration. So it is erroneous to present a view as if all of this started in 2016. As a matter of fact, Mr. President, as I listened to Senator Hill in his presentation, Senator Hill said, no new taxes by the government over the past 6 years. And I said to myself that we need to explain how this has come about. Because definitely Senator Hill would want to tell the country that the government extended the extraction from the NHT of $11.4 billion, and they extended it for 10 years, even though they were extremely critical of the government. Senator Scott Motley, and even had the government taken to court over the matter. So that $11 billion continues to be extracted from the NHT, to support the budget in a time when the government is reaping billions of dollars in terms of tax revenues. So, Mr. Billions, yes, well, that is what your administration has said to us, that revenues are bullish. So, Mr. President, there are a number of things that the government would not want to explain to the people. But we, as opposition, are duty-bound to make sure that we tell the people the truth. We tell the people the truth. Because telling the people the truth is a part of the honesty that we need in order to win the trust and confidence of the citizenry. And that we find very much lacking in the state of the nation today. Mr. President, I want to highlight some major issues that I believe we need to address in order to deal with some of the foundational challenges affecting our society. And I know that my colleague, Senator Scott Motley, is going to deal with it fulsomely and handsomely when she makes her presentation about the justice system. But because I believe that justice is critical to the development of any society, I just want to touch on one aspect of our justice system. Because there is an ongoing debate about constitutional reform in our country. And a part of that debate is about delinking our connections to the Privy Council and making sure that it is a part of the constitutional reforms that are taking place at this time. A matter that I fulsomely support. And I tell you why, Mr. President. I was in this honorable chamber in the early 2000s when the debate on the CCJ was first introduced in the Parliament. And I supported the establishment of that institution then, and I support that institution now. Because I had a conference in Trinidad about 2 years ago that I had to attend. And it was a conference on persons with disabilities. And various individuals participated in the conference. And one of those individuals was the president of the CCJ. And I sat and watched his interaction at that conference with the ordinary persons with disabilities in that space, Senator Samuda. And I said, this is the sort of justice institution that I want to be associated with, where the people can relate and connect with the authorities or those who are leading their final appellate court. Not an institution where if a person with a disability in Jamaica wants to access their final appellate court, they are going to have to get a visa in order to travel to Britain in order to access their final appellate court. And I said, I'm going to direct my particular attention at this point in time to Senator Samuda, because not that I'm picking on him, but because I know that he's a progressive-minded individual. Because, Senator Samuda, I don't want me and you to be in any debate about delinking our final appellate court from the colonial masters. I don't want us to be engaged in that sort of debate, because that is non-progressive. It is not what progressive-minded young people would want to engage in. And so we want to find a way now that we get, just as how we're moving, and there's almost consensus as to moving towards a republic. The time has come and long past for us to delink our final appellate court from that of the Privy Council and to establish the Caribbean Court of Justice that we have invested in. We have invested in, and make it our final appellate court. And I strongly support that. I don't want us to be engaged in any non-progressive debate. As a matter of fact, I had a conversation with a parliamentarian in Barbados and one from Kenya who was laughing at us to say that we, who led the world in terms of striving for political independence in the 1960s, 1950s, 1960s, and now we are adopting a non-progressive stance in terms of the Privy Council, maintaining the Privy Council as our final appellate institution. So, Mr. President, I really want us to make sure that we get it right and de-link our connections to the Privy Council and establish the CCJ and get rid of the final vestiges of colonialism. Mr. President, are focusing on progressive individuals today. Are focusing on progressive individuals today. Mr. President, as I talk about getting rid of the vestiges of colonialism, I really would like to delve into another social situation that is affecting our country. And that is as it relates to affordable housing. Because, Mr. President, the cost of housing in Jamaica today is being driven by several factors. And one of those factors is the access to land for our people. And when we talk about access to land, we can easily link it back to our colonial experience. Because having gone through over 300 years of colonial rule and slavery, when slavery was abolished, the slaves were never compensated or given any land, and the descendants of slaves continued to live on the margins of the society and are referred to as squatters in their own land. I see it differently, treat them as informal settlements. But, Mr. President, in this whole situation, land has been reserved for the privileged, And when it comes on to the construction of houses, it is extremely expensive to the ordinary individual. Extremely expensive. And if it is that we are going to make more Jamaicans have greater access to affordable housing, we have to deal with the situation of land tenureship. And I know my colleague, Senator Sophia Fraser-Binns, will deal with it fulsomely because she speaks on land as a part of our portfolio, but I am mentioning it because of its connection to housing. And if it is that we are going to get affordable housing, we have to make sure that we treat with this land situation. But, Mr. President, another thing that we have to deal with where housing is concerned is to make sure that we deal with the institution that was created by the Most Honorable Michael Manley to deal with affordable housing for our people. And that is the National Housing Trust. Because it is my view that this institution in the state of the nation today has lost its focus based on policy directives of the government. Because when it is that the government has extended its extraction of $11.4 billion to give budgetary support on an annual basis, I wonder...
Sorry to disturb you, Senator Morris. The time for speaking has expired, sir.
Time for the speaker to speak has expired. I'm asking that the time be extended to allow him to complete his presentation.
Question is for the speaker to be given sufficient time to conclude his presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Acting Leader. Mr. President, so we see a situation where there is this continued extraction of $11.4 billion from the NHT for budgetary support, but now we are seeing a situation where the government has taken the decision that those individuals who are earning $31,000 a week and are contributors to the fund to go to private financial institutions to get their mortgage. And as I examine the information that is before me, I am saying to myself, Senator Sophia Fraser-Binns, who is benefiting from this policy directive of the NHT? Certainly not the contributor. Certainly not those individuals who have their monies being sent to the NHT on a monthly basis. Because when you look at a situation where the NHT is saying that, all right, we are going to venture into this our relationship with these financial institutions, and we're sending these contributors to them. And if it is that their interest rate, for example, exceeds the average that the NHT would charge on an annual basis, then the NHT would pay the difference. Now, I heard an advertisement this week from a financial institution saying that their interest on home loans is 8%. The average interest payment for NHT is bordering between 4.5 and 5%. And Senator Gale knows that because he's a board member. The NHT will now have to pay a 3% differential rate to the financial institution. And I say to myself, how is this going to benefit the NHT when they are already raiding the trust, taking out $11.4 billion, and then they have to go into further subsidize? It's what former US President George Bush describes as fuzzy maths. Fuzzy maths. Something not right. And a calling upon the government, to re-examine this policy and to make sure that in every policy decision that is taken, the contributors are the major beneficiaries of that transaction that takes place coming out of the National Housing Trust. Because that institution was created by the Manley regime in the 1970s to benefit the working class, to benefit the contributors. And right now I am being inundated by individuals who are contributors with their disgust and their distress and frustration with what is taking place. And I can tell you that this is a matter that a future PNP administration is prepared to deal with fulsomely. This is a matter that the PNP administration is prepared to deal with fulsomely. Mr. President, you know, I want to point to the need for us as a country to have a new direction on our social protection mechanisms. And I am systematically going through and tying some of these social institutions and mechanisms that need fixing in order to create a society where our citizens can feel more happy because their government is responsive to their needs. And I speak about the social protection mechanisms because as I go across the country, I come across a number of our senior citizens, a number of our disabled population who are encountering serious challenges. And definitely we have to deal with it. But specifically, I want to zero in on the PATH program, which forms a major hub of our social protection mechanism. And I see where the government has decided to embark on some reforms to the PATH program. And it's a matter that we support, as articulated by our spokesperson, MP Angela Brown-Burke, on the reforms that are needed for this program. As a matter of fact, in her sectorial debate, she had called for some reforms to be undertaken where the PATH program is concerned. And so I am very happy that the government has entered upon the reference. And Mr. President, I want to point out to a statement that was made by the Honorable Perennial Child in the Parliament recently. And I'm very happy at what he was pointing to. And here I quote, Madam Speaker, since 2002, PATH, and I said 2002, PATH has served as a critical lifeline for countless Jamaican families, providing essential financial assistance, healthcare support, and educational opportunities to the most needy among us. As at August 2023, there are approximately 285,000 beneficiaries, 128,000 families registered on PATH. Children account for 65% of the beneficiary cohort, followed by the elderly, which account for a further 27%. The other categories of beneficiaries are pregnant and lactating women, indigent adults, and persons with disabilities, which combined account for the remaining 8%. Mr. President, I decided that I was going to draw from this aspect of his statement because first and foremost, in 2002, I was the person that the then Patterson administration charged with the responsibility of introducing the PATH program. And I'm very happy that that program has served us for 21 years. And in the 21 years of its existence, nobody has pointed to any corrupt practices under that program. Very proud of it. But I am also very happy, Mr. President, that since its implementation, over 8,200 students who have benefited from the PATH program have transitioned to tertiary education, thus breaking the intergenerational cycle of poverty amongst over 8,000 family members. And I am so proud that 2 years ago, I learned of a PATH beneficiary becoming a Rhodes Scholar. So it demonstrates that the program has been working as confirmed in the statement by the Honorable Minister. But Mr. President, I do agree that there needs to be some adjustments in terms of the beneficiary identification system. I do agree that we need to make sure that we modernize the selection process, that it takes into consideration current realities. I want, Mr. President, to just put forward some suggestions, because I have consistently articulated the need, Senator Hill, for more social workers to be on this program. You cannot have 285,000 individuals on a program like this. And case management is a critical component of it. But yet still, you only have 300 social workers who are employed to the program. It does not fit in with international best practices. And when I spoke about it and complained about the low numbers of social workers on the program a couple of years ago, I was told that social workers are not going to be attracted to this program working in the government system because of the remuneration. Well, I was told that the recent compensation review saw significant adjustment to these individuals. And so I am hoping, Senator Samuda, that we will now move to the next stage of increasing the number, the cadre of social workers on the program, so that we can build this army of social workers that will not only benefit the PATH program, but the entire governmental apparatus, so that they can support the crime-fighting initiatives that we dealt with inside here today, because it is badly needed if we are to correct some of those antisocial behaviors that are developing in our society and causing young people to be beating up on young people, adults to be demonstrating some very nasty behavior in the public and social spaces. I also want to put on the table, Mr. President, that in the reforms to the social protection mechanism, we need to really look at modernizing the legislation that anchors our social security system. The Poor Relief Act of 1886 is antiquated. 1886, a part of the colonial relic that still haunts us today. And we need to bring it in line with modern trends. As a matter of fact, a part of the reforms to the PATH program was to create the National Assistance Act. And that was not completed. And we need to make sure that we bring that back on the agenda so that we can modernize our social protection systems. Mr. President, it would be remiss of me not to mention persons with disabilities in light of my mention of our social protection mechanism, and especially within the fact that when I look at the data coming out of the statement made by Minister Charles, it pointed to a mere 8% of beneficiaries constituting pregnant and lactating mothers and persons with disabilities. And it is concerning because based on estimates, the population of persons with disabilities is supposed to be about 15–16% of the population. And these individuals are among the poorest of the poor within our society. But yet still, from the data, less than 8% of the current beneficiaries on the PATH program constitute persons with disabilities. And now I understand why every day, less than 8. That is why I can understand why every day these individuals are calling me, who has no responsibility for them, to, yes, that is the voice that I have. That's why I'm making the voice heard here today. Because that is what I have. I have no executive authority for these individuals. It look good and feel good that they are so confident in me, Senator, about it, that they call me from time to time when they have these
Sorry,
challenges.
Senator Morris, do you have a notion as to why it is they are not registering on the program? Is it a reluctance on their part, or the program needs to be modified to make their registration easier?
I think it is more the mechanism that has been designed in terms of the system that has bumped off some of these individuals because they are individuals living in individual households, and there is a bias against those individuals because PATH is a family-based project. Mr. President, one of the things that I want to bring to the attention of this honorable chamber where persons with disabilities is the situation of education and employment for these individuals. And I have to bring it here, you know, Mr. President, because I am vexed because in 2018, I tabled and have approved in this honorable chamber a resolution calling for educational institutions to become accessible for persons with disabilities. And it was accepted unanimously to the point that it was incorporated as a part of the Labor Day Project 2018. And the government started a program of rehabilitation of those institutions under the Ministry of Education in NET. And as I mentioned NET, you know, I now realize, Mr. President, why it is that it has gone nowhere. Because my friend Senator Samuda was down by the NET at the time, working with the board, and he's no longer there. So there's nobody to drive it down there. And I want to say, Mr. President, it hurts me because just the other day we heard of a student who graduated from a primary school and was supposed to start school at a Kingston-based high school, and the school was not accessible for this individual. And we must understand and realize that the Disabilities Act is now in train. It's not like the law makes provision for a part of the legislation to be implemented today and tomorrow. It is in train now. And so the government must understand that it is responsible for making sure that all educational institutions are accessible for children with disabilities. And that is something, Minister Samuda, that I'm calling upon the government to deal with post-haste. Because if it is not dealt with, the government is exposing itself to significant legal challenges. Significant legal challenges. And the law took effect on February 14th, 2022. The whole issue of employment of persons with disabilities, as I said, is a big problem. Students with disabilities graduating from university with their degrees can't get any job because the society is not at that place where they recognize that these individuals can make a meaningful contribution to the employment landscape. So what you have is a situation where modern technology has advanced significantly, where these individuals can function efficaciously in the workplace. But because of the lack of understanding of how these individuals function and operate, you find that they are not being recruited in the job market. I am aware that the Ministry of Labor and Social Security through the JCPD had a sensitization seminar the other day, and that is a part of what needs to be done. But there needs to be special incentives put in place for private sector companies to employ more persons with disabilities. I want to see some incentives For example, you have those individuals who are on the stock exchange who benefit from significant tax incentives from government. We want to see some of those incentives being pegged to the employment of persons with disabilities, because those companies are big companies that have the capacity to absorb a greater portion of the labor market, and persons with disabilities should be included in that. And again, Minister Hill, I am extending myself not as a member of the opposition only, but as a concerned Jamaican and as a staunch advocate for persons with disabilities, to make myself available to the government to assist in crafting credible programs for persons with disabilities in this country. Mr. President, the final point that I want to touch base on is a new assault on the issue of corruption. Because, Mr. President, corruption is a scourge on our society, and it robs government of critical resources that are needed to lead the social transformation and empowerment of social institutions. When I look at the data, it is pointing to 10% or close to $100 billion of our state resources being lost because of corrupt practices on an annual basis. $100 billion robs children of their education. $100 billion rob persons with disabilities of greater access to public facilities. $100 billion robbed our senior citizens of access to quality health care. $100 billion robbed young people of meaningful resources to venture into entrepreneurship. And we have to deal with this monster. We have to deal with this scourge on our society. Because I am ashamed when I hear people make a blanket statement that politicians in a parliament are thief the money. And when they make such a blanket statement, it does not exclude Floyd Morris or the 21 of us that is in this august body. They are integrating the 83 members who are in the House of Representatives and the Senate combined. I mean, I like it. Because me no say me are not thief. And me no say, in all my 21 years of government, nobody can point to me involved in any corrupt practices. So me not like it. And that is why when I hear the public debate being raged about the illicit six, and that we need to name the illicit six, me support it wholeheartedly. Because when those six are mentioned, well, I can tell you, Mr. President, as a part of the political organization that I am involved with, and being the responsible leader that he is, the leader of the opposition and president of the People's National Party, Mr. Mark Golding, has asked for all the members of Parliament and the senators to indicate if they are under any investigation from the Integrity Commission. And they would have been contacted by the Integrity Commission. And none of the 22 members from the opposition have indicated that they are under any investigation. So I feel comfortable. If it is that they mislead the leader of opposition, then let the chips fall where it may. But for now, I have to go by that data. I'm happy that none of the 22 has admitted to being investigated. But I want to call upon the Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister is what we call premier inter pares. He is the primus or primus. Mr. President, he is the head of the executive, chief amongst equal. He has the responsibility to make sure that any member of the government that is being investigated, to declare those individuals. Because the truth is that innocent individuals, some who are on the government benches there, are being tarnished by this situation.
But some of the innocent ones might be being investigated too. Well,
we will only know that when they are declared. When they are declared. And that is why we need to clear up this thing here, Mr. President. Clear up this thing, and I now stand in line and defend nobody, because let me tell you something. Nobody from the Integrity Commission has ever contacted me about any investigation where my assets are concerned, because I tell you, my life is an open book, and I can trace every cent that I own, every cent that I possess, every asset that I control. All right? So, Mr. President, so, you know, I'm very concerned. I heard my friend, my Taylorite brother, Minister Chuck, yesterday, indicating that the situation of the illicit six is of great concern to members of Parliament, especially the government. And he went on to indicate some of the challenges that he perceives individuals have been having in terms of making their statutory declaration. And one of the things that he pointed out was that, look, I mean, how it is very costly to solicit the information. And I said to myself, really, Minister Chuck? You can imagine. It is even more so now that the parliamentarians have gotten a 300% salary increase, that no member of the executive should be telling the public that individuals are having, parliamentarians are having difficulty in terms of accessing the information because it's very costly. It's just ridiculous. The fact of the matter is that we came into this trade understanding the rigidities therein. And we must abide by the rules that have been set for us as parliamentarians. And instead of cursing and attacking the Integrity Commission, Senator Abka Sedley, we must make sure that we encourage parliamentarians to live honorable and decent life and stop dip them hand in the public's money. Mr. President, I want us to move to a point. I want us to move to a point when this Jamaica land we love, the issue of corruption is a thing of the distant past. And I am prepared to do anything to strengthen our legislative framework, to make sure that our parliamentarians and our public officials are held accountable. Because if you don't want to be held accountable in handling the public resources, don't venture into politics. Don't venture into politics. Stay in your private life. But understand that once you become a parliamentarian, you are going to be under scrutiny. And if you are not corrupted, you don't have nothing to worry about. And we must encourage our parliamentarians to make sure that they honor the oath that we all have taken to uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of Jamaica. And I am prepared to do so. Mr. President, in the state of the nation, we have significant issues to deal with. And we have to make sure we address the social challenges that confront us. If we don't deal with these social challenges, we are going to continue to see those antisocial behaviors that is going to result in Jamaica becoming and categorized as a failed state. And it has implications for all of us who serve in this honorable chamber. So let us do the honorable thing. Let us do the right thing and make sure that we work to build a better Jamaica, because time comes for a new social direction. May it please you, Mr. President.
Minister Hill, I think that Senator Sapphire Longmore has an intervention on the motion. Thank you, Senator Morris. Yeah, sorry, after you suspend the debate, then I'll call on Senator Long.
Mr. President, given that we have no additional business for today, I'm asking that we suspend the State of the Nation debate for a future date.
Members should have heard the question. Those in favor? Aye. Against? So on the motion for adjournment, Senator Sapphire Longmore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise on the motion for adjournment to bring attention to the recognition of Mental Health Awareness Week, which included the specific recognition of World Mental Health Day, which would have been on the 10th of October, Tuesday earlier of this week. Mr. President, here in Jamaica, this week has become a part of our calendar in terms of the Ministry of Health and Wellness's efforts to raise mental health awareness as we nationally, at the level of the individual, the family, and the community, recognize the very significant importance of seeing to our mental health. Mr. President, as you know, I speak on this and I speak to this in varying capacities, but I want to specifically recognize that the significant stigma and discrimination that is oftentimes associated with the mental health concerns of an individual you know, it goes very counter to the efforts of seeking to see to the betterment of that individual. And I raise specific concern about this because, you know, this stigma comes from what persons don't understand, which is usually matters of the mind. And people, you know, it's not a mental illness is not something that is appreciated as would be a physical illness. You get a broken arm, you can see the actual break. You have someone who is suffering from some emotional dysregulation, it is not as obvious. And so I want to use this forum to also just at this point recognize that there's an effort for us to reframe it as mental wellness in terms of taking care of yourself and incorporating activities in your everyday life as you would for your physical health, as you would for your social health, and as you would for your spiritual health, to prevent especially the exacerbation of mental ill health. Specifically, Mr. President, I want us to recognize and appreciate that there was effort, especially this year, as a collaboration between the Ministry of Health and Wellness and the Jamaica Psychiatric Association, of which I was a former president. That tenure has passed on to Dr. Elizabeth Crossman, who is the regional psychiatrist for the Western region. And that collaboration between the Ministry of Health and Wellness and the Jamaica Psychiatric Association was heralded under my tenure when I became involved with the interventions under the COVID-19 mental health response. But that evolved into a joint effort of recognizing mental health awareness this week, culminating with a conference that was jointly put on at the Jamaica Conference Center that ran on the 10th and the 11th of October, and that was really very well received. There was also significant collaboration that involved the Ministry of Education. What we are recognizing is that we're taking this effort to address the issues of our young people and what we're seeing manifesting as mental health concerns in our young people to the level of the management of the services. So what you're seeing is an effort to collaborate between Ministry of Health and Wellness, Ministry of Education, the Jamaica Psychiatric Association, and JAMPSych, the Jamaica Psychological Society, so that there is a unison in with respect to the responses and the programs that we're seeing. Another significant collaboration was between the Ministry of Health and Wellness and UNICEF that put on a symposium at the AC Marriott Hotel on the 11th and 12th of October that ended yesterday, and this specifically focused on the mental health of children. And what was especially effective in this approach was that they had youth leaders and young persons contributing to the effort to raise awareness, not just as to the issues that needed to be addressed, but also to the solutions that might be enacted. There was also a gala, first mental health gala, that recognized, I mean, a lot of, as we've said it and said it a lot of times, that a lot of persons carry water in baskets in this field. And the gala yesterday recognized the long-term service of many workers in mental health, and specifically was an effort to encourage and show appreciation for these workers. And Mr. President, I also want to ensure that we know that the regional health authorities each had efforts placed for mental health awareness from each of their mental health units. Mr. President, I cannot not recognize, though, I am presently on call for the University Hospital at this time. And we are pacing, and I have to make effort to address what is urgent. Adult mental health care. This is what grabs the headlines when someone who is unstable creates mayhem in the public. I got a call from my resident earlier this week, and she was scared. She was petrified. It was something after 3 in the morning. And she calls, she had just hung up from me from discussing a previous patient. And she calls and says, Dr. Longmore, there's a patient, he just come in the emergency room and him say him have 5 personality and one of the personalities tend to come into the emergency room and come shoot up the place. She was petrified, and I know what this is like. And I had to calm her down, tell her what to do and so forth. And Mr. President, we are facing a crisis of medication availability to especially deal with these very escalating circumstances of violence by some of these patients, that when they're out of their touch with reality, they cannot logically recognize what they're doing, and it is very, very, very damaging. I don't want to go into the details of it. And Mr. President, for me, medications are always my last resort, but sometimes they have to be my first choice. I'm a huge naturalist. I believe in what the nature has provided us, but we need medications, especially for the acute stabilization of the person who is a significant risk to self or others. And we're having significant difficulties with that. And this adds to the need for the resources for our community teams to handle these crisis situations, Mr. President. And I have to, in this point of recognizing mental health awareness, repeat that call for more resources at that level. And in similar light, Mr. President, I will also take the opportunity to recognize, as we're all, I think, appreciating the need for forensic mental health services, where the interaction between mental health and the legal areas with respect to the deliverance of justice, Mr. President, we need to have that specific forensic mental health service explored and rolled out. But, Mr. President, I have to again thank especially the workers in mental health for their very significant effort as we seek to enable the wellness of our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I noticed a phrase that I haven't heard before: emotional. I write it in and can't read it back. Emotional what you referred to it as? Emotional dysregulation. We know it as madness, but I guess it's just emotional Senator Allen, I was told, was going to respond, but you're going to respond. Well, both of you can respond.
Senator Allen will speak, but I want to make a very brief intervention and to thank Senator Longmore for discussing this matter and bringing to our attention the different activities which took place this week. It signals to me that people are becoming more open about the stigma, about their mental health, and about their mental wellness. I remember a couple of years ago, more than a few, when Professor Hickling said that 70% of Jamaicans had a personality or mental disorder.
He never said that. He said 70% of Jamaicans are mad.
I have no difficulty in embracing the president's words, which he attributes to Professor Hickling. 70% of Jamaicans are mad. And if we acknowledge that, if we are prepared to acknowledge it and say that we have a mental problem,
so let me just clarify this. When someone is depicted as mad, it is usually when they are psychotic.
I was going to get to
Right, when they are psychotic, which is that they're out of touch with reality. What Professor Hickling alluded to, if I may, without specific recall of this particular study, was mentally disordered in the fact that they may have had a personality disorder, which does not equate to being psychotic.
Okay, thank you very much. This is my intervention cause problem.
The important thing is that we are talking about it. I have left the Senate here because I had to go to Ward 21 to check on my nephew. I've experienced mental illness close up, and it is a most challenging thing for a family to deal with. First of all, there's the denial. And the denial comes from the fear of stigma. When you overcome your fear of stigma, you find out that there is a huge community of persons out there just waiting to hear somebody acknowledge that their family has a mental illness. And when I speak, President, I had to speak today to say, I have a family member who has a mental illness. He has been diagnosed with schizophrenia, and it has caused the family great turmoil and great stress. And if the family had identified it, not me, because I'm very open about everything that happens. I have no fear in saying I have a problem, as my colleagues will say, because I believe in a village to support one. But sometimes there are parents who are afraid to admit it to themselves, and worse, to admit it to other people because they feel as though they are impaired. And the families, the parents actually don't look at the child, they look at what it is going to be said about them. So the stigma is not about the child, you know, Senator Hill. The stigma is, boy, my child, this has happened to my picnic, because we are supposed to have perfect lives. And it gets worse. And Senator Fitzhenley, imagine I'm actually speaking to you. Senator Fitzhenley, when you don't get treated, when you get delayed in your treatment, you actually get worse and worse and worse than the very first episode. And I venture to say, although I'm untrained, that there are times when if you treat the disorder or the psychosis at the first episode, you can actually turn somebody's life around. Each relapse sends the person spirals further. And I can tell you, because my family member is presently in a home. And I have to say that these homes that you have in Jamaica, people really work hard and they try hard. They are so devoted, but the circumstances, nobody can heal. Nobody can heal in a place like that. With those high concrete walls, the extent of the security, the space which you occupy, people who have mental illness need to be around trees. They need to have space. They need to go outside and play football and play games. They need to heal and calm their spirit. And they can't do that if they're locked up. And the truth of it is that the way in which we deal with our mental health patients, a lot of it, because we fear them, is to lock them away. So my appeal, especially to parents, you see, after COVID, psychiatrists and psychologists had so much work because it spiraled. The young people missed 2 years of their life. So you have a 14-year-old and COVID done and they are 16. You have a 16-year-old and COVID done and they are 18. And Senator Braham, as you know, those are critical years to a young person forming relationships and finding themselves and experiencing the fullness and the joy of who they are. I'm not taking him on today. President, I'm not paying Senator Braham any mind today. But a lot of them feel traumatized and lost, discontented and depressed. And I'm telling you that, Mr. President, because I spend the time to talk to them, to encourage them to understand that there's nothing wrong with being depressed. You know, people, you say your hand hurting you, your heart hurting you, them send you go doctor. Them say, oh, hurry up and go to the doctor. You say you're depressed. They say, oh, you'll get over it. nothing wrong with you. You can't get depressed. Or you shouldn't. It is a human feeling. And in our young people, I am begging those of you hearing, observe them carefully. Some of them are lost, and they are lonely, and they are suffering. And don't think about yourself and your reputation and who you are. Spend the time to interact with your children. Listen to them, hear them, observe them. You can help to save one person if you try. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Allen? Oh, sorry. Senator Allen?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I must thank my colleagues, especially Senator Longmore, who has maintained a consistent view on this very matter, that the more we talk about it, it's the more we are going to be able to deal with it. Because as a society, this is a real issue that we have. And so while what you have said and what Senator Scott Motley has said, I will only be able to repeat. I think it's worth repeating. Because like many Jamaicans, I know I have gone through moments of depression. And I will admit that, because the more of us will admit that, the better off we are as a people. Because mental health does not have a face. It doesn't have a definition that we can quickly identify. For more often than not, it goes covered. And because of it being covered, we are not prepared or not able to do something about it. I will just mention two things, and I'm happy about the work being done with UNICEF and the young people, because one young lady who is very close and dear to me and my family is one of those young women who is participating and has become an ambassador, Sage Harrison. And I commend her and all of the other young people who are creating a space where it is safe to speak about mental health and mental illness. There's a quote by Tipper Gore, and those of us, we all know who she is, former Vice President of the United States' wife. She says, "We know that mental illness is not something that happens to other people. It touches us all. Why then is mental illness met with so much misunderstanding and fear?" And that's really what it is, fear. And as Senator Scott Motley mentioned, if we pay close attention, we can in fact save lives. My family is dealing with suicide because of mental illness. And this is real. This is a real thing. And I call on all of us to normalize speaking about mental illness, because we can save a life. We can save the future of this country. And it is very important that we pay close attention to the facilities that are provided for people with mental illness, because there's no likelihood of improvement and fixing any problem when the facilities are not conducive to same. And some may make light of what you mentioned, Senator Longmore, at times about the importance of play. It is critical that as a society we provide the spaces for people to be able to let go of their stresses, not just the young, but the elderly. We often forget the impact of lack of such spaces to the elderly, and they are amongst some of the greatest numbers affected by mental illness, and we must pay close attention. The reality is that a society is going to be measured by the way in which it treats those who are vulnerable. And one member, one group of vulnerable people are those with mental illness. So I call on all of us to be more sensitive, to be more aware, to be more open to the conversations that can possibly save a life. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Scott Motley and Senator Allen, for those poignant points. Thank you very much for your poignant intervention. That's it. Minister Hill.
I'm particularly pleased with the way the Senate has been conducted today and what we've shared, and especially at the end. My colleague, Senator Longmore, Dr. Longmore, constantly leading on this subject till I see a really passionate Senator Scott Motley speaking about something other than the constitutional reform, and was really, really passionate about it, and really, really honest and reach hearts. Senator Allen, what concerns me, Mr. President, is that my male colleagues are so quiet. So I'm going to find out, because it's not only women have this kind of thing. We need to hear the men talking as well, because very often it's among men, and they don't talk because of pride or whatever it is, or your position, or because you're a man. So we have 3 ladies here today who learn us, who are teaching us, and it was very good. But overall, Mr. President, I think a very good day has been had in the Senate. It is not contemplated to do any more business for the day, Mr. President. Therefore, I move that the Senate adjourn for a date to be fixed.
Thank you, Minister Hill. The question is that the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed. Those in favor? Against? This Honourable Senate now stands adjourned.